Chapter 1345. Only when he felt the ground beneath his feet did Lu Ping wake up from his previous frenzied state. The moment Lu Ping regained consciousness, he felt an unparalleled pressure pressing down on him. Not only his body, but even his divine sense also felt an oppressive aura. It was an oppressive aura that seemed to look down on everyone from a high and mighty position. Fortunately, the moment Lu Ping entered the mini-kiliocosm, both his physical body and divine will experienced an inexplicable leap forward that made him inexplicably excited. These burdens might have caused pressure on other mid-dharma adepts, but to Lu Ping, it was not a problem at all. Bluish-purple inner yuan seeped out from his skin, and the protective qi around his body was immediately withdrawn. Lu Ping's physical body suddenly felt lighter, and his entire body almost leapt up to touch the distant starry sky. Lu Ping's divine will descended into the core space and merged with the Dharma power of the dragon. A silent roar came from the dragon's mouth, and the pressure from the divine will was no longer a threat to Lu Ping in an instant. Lu Ping looked around, and Yin Tianchu was no longer by his side. The moment he entered the mini-kiliocosm, everyone had already been separated. At this time, Lu Ping should have already landed in this mini-kiliocosm, slightly further away from the center of the altar ruins. Compared to the other adepts of the same level, who had entered the world of the altar, this place should be the closest to the late Dharma adepts, and also the place where the spirit qi of heaven and earth was the densest. At the same time, it was also the place where the broken pieces of the sacred sound stones were relatively more densely distributed. This was probably the insignificant reward that he had received for attaining first place on the battle list. However, this place was also the place where the adepts of the same level faced the greatest pressure from the beginning. If Lu Ping was unable to withstand the double pressure here, he could only retreat. The further he retreated, the less pressure he would feel. However, the distribution of the sacred sound stones would also become more sparse, and the spirit qi of heaven and earth would also become thinner. At the same time, the chances of him being able to hear the true voice of the seventh patriarch were slimmer. Lu Ping's spiritual force instantly spread out, but he soon discovered that Lu Ping could only control a radius of 24 miles. In other words, within the Tao altar's world, Lu Ping's spiritual force was suppressed by 5 times. Even so, despite covering a distance of 12 li, Lu Ping was still able to find a cultivator on the same level as him, 17 li behind him. This was a middle-aged cultivator who appeared to be in his 40s. He was clearly not fully prepared for the double pressure he encountered after descending into the Tao altar world. He took a few steps back and drew a spirit-stabilizing talisman in the air to stabilize his body. At the same time, his hands danced in the air, and several more talismans ignited around him. The middle-aged cultivator, who was suffocated by the double pressure, finally stood firm. What a brilliant talisman technique. Wasn't this person Yu Ziqing from the South Sea Talisman Pavilion, who was ranked 18th on the military merit list? Yu Ziqing clearly did not have the same spiritual force cultivation as Lu Ping, so he could not detect that his every move had been captured by someone's spiritual force from 17 li away. Lu Ping thought to himself, this Yu Ziqing is ranked 18th, but he is 17 li away from me. Does this mean that from the first to the last place, the direct distance to the Tao altar ruins is 1 li closer than the last place? A distance of 1 li was nothing to Lu Ping and the others, but it was not easy to move forward under the double pressure of the Tao altar world. Although Lin Yu Laozu had told him to try to move towards the 7 central Tao altar ruins after entering the Tao altar world, Lu Ping still decided to adapt to the surroundings first before moving forward. Lu Ping took 2 steps forward and found a white marble stone plate on his left that was half covered by soil and stones. Lu Ping's heart thumped, and he took 2 steps to the left and wiped away the soil and stones covering the stone plate. Only then did he realize that it was a white marble praying mat used for meditation. According to the memories left behind by Patriarch Skysoar, back when Patriarch Skysoar held the Tao discourse, the Tao altar world would be filled with 3,000 cultivators. Each of the 3,000 cultivators would sit on a white marble praying mat. After the Tao altar world collapsed, the 3,000 praying mats were either shattered or buried. Some were even brought out of the Dao altar world and kept by the various sects and clans. Lu Ping did not expect his luck to be so good. He actually found such a complete white marble futon the moment he entered this place. According to Fei Tian Laozu's memory, this stone futon had the effect of communicating with spirit veins, purifying spirit qi, and calming the mind. It could be considered an excellent auxiliary treasure for cultivation. Lu Ping simply sat cross-legged on the stone futon and circulated the quintessential essence in his body. However, he suddenly felt a rich and pure spirit qi surge into his body from the stone futon on his lower left. Lu Ping did not notice it for a moment, and the blood vessels in his body swelled up from the spirit qi, almost stopping the circulation of the quintessential essence in his body. Lu Ping increased the speed at which he circulated the soaring dragon galaxy art, and his quintessential essence circulated along with his blood. For a moment, it was like a raging river, and there was even the sound of rushing water coming from his body. The swelling in his blood vessels instantly disappeared. Lu Ping looked at the white marble futon in surprise, and his eyes gradually turned green and red. Only then did he vaguely discover an extremely intricately carved array formation on the stone futon. This complicated compound array formation was clearly not something that could be found in the world that Lu Ping was in. Although Lu Ping was not proficient in array formations, he had obtained the 9 array formations secretly passed down by Jiao Daoren in the Dark Void Ocean. He knew that the array formations in this world originated from the 9 foundation array formations, and the array formation carved on the white marble futon was clearly not similar to the 9 array formations. This was something that Lu Ping could still detect. Lu Ping calmed himself down and retracted the divine sense that he had previously spread out to a radius of about 5 miles. At the same time, he gathered a portion of his divine sense around his body to protect himself. Only then did he completely calm down and prepare to cultivate. Just as Lu Ping focused all his attention on cultivating, a noisy and irritating noise suddenly surged into Lu Ping's divine sense. It was buzzing, and for a moment, it seemed as if there were thousands of people making a racket beside Lu Ping's ears. Lu Ping seemed to have been prepared for this. He quickly retracted a portion of his divine sense to resist the invasion of this noise. At the same time, he focused all his attention and began to distinguish the noise. Lu Ping let out a long sigh of relief. It did not seem too difficult. He quickly distinguished 7 types of noise from the noise. Although these sounds seemed to be extremely irritating, in reality, they had always been a combination of these 7 sounds. These 7 sounds originated from the sounds that the 7th patriarch had left behind in the sound stone when he had opened the altar. However, as the god's stone collapsed and scattered, each piece of stone might contain 1 or 2 intents left behind in the 7th patriarch's speech. All of these god stones would release these intents from time to time in the Dao altar world. When they gathered together, they became as noisy as hawkers in a market. However, these intents that had gathered were all very vague. Even if the cultivators could distinguish the 7 intents that belonged to the 7th patriarch from the chaotic sounds, it was still an extravagant hope for them to hear what each of the intents were saying. After 3 days, Lu Ping still could not clearly distinguish even one of the intents among these vague intents. He could not help but feel a little discouraged. Legend had it that when the opportunity was right, a stone might burst out with an intent for various reasons, suppressing all the noise in one fell swoop and clearly reaching the cultivator's ears. However, Lu Ping was clearly not so lucky. However, even if there was a clear intent that was captured by Lu Ping's divine sense, it was still unknown whether this intent belonged to Jiao Daoren. Even if it was left behind by Jiao Daoren, it was still unknown whether it would be useful for Lu Ping's cultivation, and whether it could really bring about the end of enlightenment. Speaking of which, Lu Ping was already lucky enough. In fact, before he entered the Dao altar world, he had already clearly received an intent. And this enormous intent, which was very likely to come from Jiao Daoren, only pointed out the true origin of his cultivation method to Lu Ping. However, just those few words made Lu Ping fall into an epiphany, and his cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. Even if other cultivators received the enlightenment of the seventh patriarch's incantations, they might not be able to have such a great opportunity as Lu Ping. From this point of view, Lu Ping had already obtained his opportunity before entering the Tao altar world. It seemed that he couldn't hope for too much. After thinking about it, Lu Ping still stopped his cultivation. He turned around and put away the white marble praying mat. After losing the stone praying mat, the spirit vein on the ground that was connected to the stone praying mat began to shrink after releasing a cloud of dense spirit qi. After a moment, the spirit vein that was drawn out of nowhere disappeared from the ground. It seemed that the legend was not false. This white marble praying mat had the function of communicating with the spirit vein of this world, in the Tao altar world. According to the legend, as long as the white marble praying mat was placed anywhere in the Tao altar world, after 3 years, a spirit vein could be condensed under the praying mat for the cultivator to cultivate. Of course, this was only limited to the Tao altar world. Obviously, this stone praying mat had a mysterious connection with the Tao altar world. However, Lu Ping would only be in the Tao altar world for a year. Although this stone praying mat was rare, Lu Ping was obviously not willing to give up 1 year of cultivation time in this place, even if there was a pure spirit vein that had already condensed. Lu Ping stood up and continued walking forward. A mile ahead was the area where the great cultivators on the list of battle achievements were. He didn't know if he would encounter any opportunities there. However, even if he didn't, the double pressure there would still be a great help to Lu Ping's cultivation. As for the loss of the spirit qi from the heaven and earth, because of the white marble praying mat, Lu Ping touched the storage instrument in his hand. In the Linglong cauldron, there was still more than half of the spirit vein that Wuxia school had opened up from the Qingming River that had not been used. This was the trump card that Lu Ping used to break through the bottleneck of the late Dharma stage. It was also the main reason why Lu Ping did not hesitate to cut off the connection between the white marble praying mat and the spirit vein. He didn't care about the support of the spirit vein. And just as Lu Ping took a step forward, about 10 miles behind Lu Ping, there was a strong wave of spirit qi. Lu Ping's divine will swept across, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Yu Ziqing had already summoned his Dharma power. Chapter 1346. The second-generation adept of the incantation pavilion was now only 14 to 15 miles away from Lu Ping. Clearly, in the past 3 days, he had advanced 3 to 4 miles under the pressure of the world of the altar. Now that he had summoned his Dharma power, he had probably been lucky enough to hear a mantra left behind by the seventh patriarch. In this way, he could clearly sense the will of the seventh patriarch emanating from the world of the altar. Moreover, it was a mantra left behind by Ape Taoist, who was compatible with his Dharma power bloodline. Moreover, this mantra was like a wake-up call, helping him break through a bottleneck in his practice. In Lu Ping's divine sense, he could sense that Yu Ziqing's avatar ape was expanding rapidly. But not only did the avatar ape not become illusory, it became even more condensed and lifelike. Wisps of pure yang energy surrounded the avatar ape and was constantly being absorbed by it. Just as Lu Ping was about to withdraw his divine consciousness, the ape Dharma power of the ape seemed to have sensed something and roared in Lu Ping's direction. Yu Ziqing's eyes suddenly opened, and a surge of divine consciousness swept in the direction of Lu Ping. However, Lu Ping did not care. This divine consciousness had only extended to 12 miles before it reached its limit. Naturally, it could not detect Lu Ping's presence. However, this was enough to surprise Lu Ping. He remembered that Yu Ziqing had previously used his divine consciousness to observe his surroundings, but under the suppression of the world of the altar, he had only been able to scan a radius of 9 miles. Based on the 5 times the suppression here, the range of his divine consciousness had barely reached the threshold of 50 miles for a late Dharma adept. However, he had not yet broken through to the late Dharma stage, but his divine consciousness had already expanded to cover a radius of 12 miles. This showed that Yu Ziqing had accumulated a lot of experience, but he did not know how he would compare to Uncle Jiang Tianlin after breaking through to the late Dharma stage. All of these pointed to the signs that Yu Ziqing was about to break through to the mid-Dharma stage. Lu Ping could even sense the changes in the weather around him. There were even tribulation clouds slowly gathering. However, this process was not very obvious. Yu Ziqing would need at least 3 to 5 days, or even longer before he was fully prepared. Lu Ping turned and headed towards the area where the late Dharma adepts were. The pressure on his body and divine consciousness increased, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. At the same time, Lu Ping's divine consciousness continued to be compressed, and the area it could cover became smaller and smaller. However, Lu Ping still tried his best to spread out his divine consciousness. Other than not wanting to miss out on any opportunities that might appear, Lu Ping also hoped to find the chiming broken stone. Regardless of whether it was the need to forge the vast ocean bell, or the request of the Longhuai ancestor, the chiming broken stone was extremely important to Lu Ping. Even if the will of the seventh patriarch that was left behind in the stone had completely dissipated. It was a pity that although there were many traces of the seventh patriarch's will left behind by the chiming broken stone in the Tao altar world, it was not easy to find a chiming broken stone. At least, Lu Ping had not found a single one along the way. It was a pity that Lu Ping could not bring Debao into the Tao altar world. This place could only be entered by Dharma adepts. Even the pure Yang Laozu could only open the Tao altar world. He could not enter it even if he wanted to. It seemed that this mini-world could not accommodate the existence of pure Yang adepts. Just like how the world that Lu Ping was in could not accommodate the existence of pure Yang adepts. Debao was handed over by Lu Ping to Senior Wu Xianren, who had entered the secret realm of the late core forging stage. With Debao's help, Senior Wu Xianren would definitely gain a lot in the secret realm. At this moment, Lu Ping's divine will suddenly sense that there was a cultivator cultivating about 7 to 8 miles ahead. Lu Ping became vigilant, but after thinking about it, he did not avoid the cultivator. Instead, he continued walking forward. At this time, Lu Ping had already entered the area where the late Dharma adepts were. The heavy pressure around him made it difficult for Lu Ping to move forward. His divine will had already been compressed by 10 times, and he could only barely detect a distance of less than 12 miles. The cultivator that Lu Ping had discovered earlier must have used some methods to conceal his aura. Therefore, Lu Ping only discovered him when he was only 7 to 8 miles away from the cultivator. However, Lu Ping did not conceal his own aura. After Lu Ping had advanced another mile, Lu Ping's divine will sensed that the cultivator had clearly also discovered Lu Ping's presence. The cultivator had a look of surprise on his face. Obviously, he knew that the person behind him was a mid-Dharma adept. To be able to enter the area where the late Dharma adepts were so quickly meant that he was no ordinary person. However, the cultivator did not pay too much attention to Lu Ping. After the look of surprise flashed across his face, he continued to close his eyes and cultivate. However, after a short while, the cultivator suddenly opened his eyes again and stopped cultivating. There was even a look of hesitation and fear on his face. Although he had discovered traces of Lu Ping earlier, he did not pay much attention to him. However, after cultivating for a while, he suddenly remembered the identity of the mid-Dharma adept he had discovered earlier. Lu Tianping of the North Sea. He was the one who had defeated many cultivators in one-on-one battles. How could he be so unlucky to have encountered such a malefic person? The cultivator sighed inwardly at his bad luck. For a moment, he was hesitating whether he should avoid Lu Ping's path. However, he had finally found an opportunity here, and the altar world did not allow for life-and-death battles. For a moment, the cultivator had the courage to face Lu Ping. However, before he arrived, he shook his wrist, as if hiding something. Lu Ping had already appeared in his line of sight. Seeing Lu Ping's gaze, the cultivator smiled at Lu Ping as a greeting. However, there was a hint of guilt and awkwardness in his expression. Lu Ping glanced at the cultivator and his heart tightened. He guessed that the reason why the cultivator had stopped here to cultivate was because he could not leave. However, Lu Ping was obviously not willing to fight with the cultivator, just to find out his reason. Apart from the fact that killing was not allowed in the altar world, those who were able to enter the battle roll among the late Dharma adepts were not weak, although they were not as well deserved as those who were at the mid-Dharma stage. Naturally, Lu Ping would not start a feud with the cultivator for no reason. Lu Ping also expressed his goodwill to the cultivator, then walked past him, and continued to walk deeper into the altar world. The cultivator saw that Lu Ping was already more than 10 miles deep into the area where the late Dharma adepts were. But he was still moving as usual. He was impressed. However, when he saw Lu Ping's back disappear before his eyes, and when he could not detect Lu Ping's presence with his divine will, he heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, an irregular rock appeared in his palm. At the same time, thick inner yuan surged from his palms and enveloped the rock. The cultivator's expression showed a hint of pain, but the inner yuan in his hands surged even more violently. Lu Ping, who had already walked more than 10 miles away, reached out his hand and made a grasping motion in midair. A small banner appeared in his hand. Lu Ping waved the cloud sail lightly, and suddenly, an auspicious cloud formed around Lu Ping's body. Then, Lu Ping turned around and returned to the place where the cultivator had been training. Based on the cultivator's reaction, Lu Ping had already guessed that the cultivator's divine will could only cover about 7 to 8 miles. Lu Ping's divine will was far superior to his, and with the cloud sail as protection, he could completely monitor the cultivator without the divine will's detection. In order to not let the cultivator discover his presence, Lu Ping did not dare to let his divine will get too close. However, he could still vaguely sense that the cultivator seemed to be refining something. The inner yuan in the cultivator's palm was extremely fluctuating. Lu Ping was slightly surprised. If there was any treasure in the altar world that required a cultivator to be so eager to refine, it would be the musicality god stone. Could it be that the cultivator had found a musicality god stone? Lu Ping's heart was burning. It seemed that the cultivator had obtained the musicality god stone, but did not obtain the 7th patriarch's will in it. At this moment, he could only obtain the contents of the heaven-splitting speech by suppressing the 7th patriarch's will in the musicality god stone. The Tao altar world prohibited killing, so Lu Ping could not kill the cultivator to obtain the musicality god stone. After suppressing the greed and killing intent in his heart, Lu Ping helplessly realized that he could only wait. At the same time, He had to hope that the cultivator would not be able to suppress the seventh patriarch's will in the musicality god stone. As long as the cultivator failed, and the musicality god stone could not be taken out of the Tao altar world, it would be meaningless for the cultivator to keep the musicality god stone. Perhaps the cultivator would throw the musicality god stone away. Although the cultivator did not have much hope, it was entirely possible that the cultivator would keep the musicality god stone with him until he left the Tao altar world. However, Lu Ping was willing to wait and see. After all, with the distance Lu Ping had traveled, the double pressure here was enough for Lu Ping to cultivate for a period of time. Lu Ping used the cloud sail to conceal his aura. At the same time, he used the magic cloud to conceal his body. After sitting on the white jade futon, the Linglong wine cauldron slowly rose above his head. The half of the Qingming River branch hidden in the wine cauldron by Lu Ping was pulled out by Lu Ping. A pure water spiritual energy fell from the wine cauldron like a waterfall. It immediately formed a dense spiritual energy mist around Lu Ping. This spiritual mist only formed a mist 10 meters in size with Lu Ping as the center. After that, it was imprisoned by an invisible force and did not dissipate in the slightest. Lu Ping cultivated here in the blink of an eye. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The great cultivator's palms never stopped fluctuating violently. However, the discouraged expression on his face became more and more obvious. Obviously, he had not suppressed the will of the seventh patriarch contained in the musicality god stone. Naturally, he could not obtain the will and records of the seventh patriarch in the musicality god stone. Finally, the great cultivator who had lost his patience fiercely smashed the musicality god stone on the ground. A piece of soil splashed up from the ground and covered the hole that the musicality god stone had revealed. The great cultivator paced back and forth a few steps. He seemed to suppress the anger in his heart and was about to bend down to pick up the musicality god stone. At this moment, the great cultivator's bending action stiffened. He quickly stood up and pretended to look to his left as if nothing had happened. Lu Ping was startled. After a while, he found that there was a ray of light coming towards him from the direction the great cultivator was looking at. Chapter 1347. Lu Ping's heart skipped a beat. To be able to fly in the world of the altar, one had to be at least a great practitioner. The person who had just arrived was probably even more powerful than the great practitioner in front of him. Lu Ping immediately stopped his practice, and the Linglong wine cauldron retracted back into Lu Ping's house of gold. As the rich water spirit essence had lost its source, it was quickly absorbed by Lu Ping's body, and the last bit of spirit qi around Lu Ping also disappeared. The beam of light descended, and a great practitioner walked out from it. The cultivator from before hurried forward, seeming to be very respectful to the person who had just arrived. Lu Ping was stunned when he saw the person. He knew this person, and he had fought with him before. It was the great practitioner with the surname Gu, who had teamed up with a great practitioner from Wuxia school, who had used a spirit fan to intercept Lu Ping on the Qingming River. Lu Ping remembered that this person was using a spirit treasure in the shape of a yellow mountain peak. At that time, although the two of them had joined forces to seriously injure Lu Ping, they had not been able to get away with it in the end. The spirit treasure in the hands of the great practitioner, who had used the spirit fan, had been cut into pieces by Lu Ping's spirit treasure scissors. However, from the way they had fought at that time, although this Wuxia school cultivator with the surname Gu had a good level of practice, he was not considered to be very powerful. However, this person could be considered to have made a name for himself during the battle at the Nine Mystical Tower. If Lu Ping remembered correctly, this person was ranked 9th on the list of late Dharma adepts. Because this person had some enmity with Lu Ping, and because he was a cultivator from Wuxia school, Lu Ping could not help but pay more attention to him. However, it was also because of this that Lu Ping did not dare to agree with the late Dharma adepts on the list of late Dharma adepts. In Lu Ping's opinion, if someone with the surname Gu's level of practice could be ranked in the top 10, could it be that there were no late Dharma adepts who could do so? Lu Ping did not dare to say that it was because he was really too strong. He was not that arrogant. He also knew that there were many extremely powerful late Dharma adepts, and he would not think that all the great practitioners were mediocre, just because he had defeated a few great practitioners before. But now, when Lu Ping sensed the aura around this great practitioner, he could not help but be shocked. This person's current strength was really beyond Lu Ping's expectations. This was not the great practitioner, who had not ambushed Lu Ping, and had instead almost been injured by Lu Ping. With the level of practice that this person had displayed now, back then on the Qingming River, Lu Ping would not have been able to escape from the joint attack of this great practitioner and the other great practitioner. This person definitely could not have hidden his strength back then. So there was only one possibility. In a short period of time after the battle at Luoxan Mountain, this person's level of practice and strength had increased unimaginably. And the evidence was that in a very short period of time, after the battle at Luoxan Mountain, this person's divine will had caused Lu Ping to be able to sense the violent and uncontrollable fluctuations of the aura from far away, even though he had been afraid of being discovered. Clearly, this was because this person's strength had suddenly increased, and his true essence and divine were still unable to effectively coordinate and control them, so he could not restrain the aura around him. Because Lu Ping's divine sense didn't dare to get too close, he couldn't find out what the two were discussing. However, the 5 Elements sect's great cultivator, surnamed Gu, seemed to be giving orders to the other great cultivator, and the other great cultivator kept nodding with a respectful expression. In the end, the great cultivator surnamed Gu waved his hand, and a streak of light rose up beneath his feet, as if beckoning him to follow him. The great cultivator looked back, and his expression seemed to be very hesitant. Clearly, it was because of the stone he had smashed into the ground. However, this great practitioner clearly did not want the Gu cultivator from Wuxia school to know about the existence of the chiming stone. But he also did not want to leave the stone behind. So he looked very conflicted. The cultivator surnamed Gu clearly didn't know what was going on, and upon seeing the great cultivator's hesitation, he immediately rebuked him. In the end, the great cultivator had no choice but to follow behind the cultivator surnamed Gu in a swaying manner. Lu Ping felt a surge of joy from the bottom of his heart to the tip of his hair. His luck was simply too good. Lu Ping did not immediately set off. Instead, he estimated that the two great practitioners had already flown far enough away, and that their divine will would no longer be able to cover the cultivation ground of the previous great practitioner. Only then did Lu Ping quickly fly towards the chiming stone that had been smashed into the ground. Even though Lu Ping was very happy at the moment, he did not dare to be careless. As he moved quickly, he did his best to conceal the aura around him, and at the same time, he used the cloud sails to transform into auspicious clouds to conceal himself. This way, even if someone was spying on him in the dark, they would not be able to see Lu Ping's
the irregular
true
stone that had been smashed into the ground
at the
earlier
cultivation
flew out,
ground of the friar,
and Lu Ping grabbed
he
it in
stretched out his hand and pointed at the ground.
The
moment Lu Ping's hand came into contact with the stone, a vague but extremely strange sound penetrated into Lu Ping's divine will. Caught off guard, Lu Ping's body could not help but sway. However, it was a good thing that Lu Ping's divine will was strong enough, and he quickly recovered from the strange impact of the divine will. When he looked at the stone in his hand again, it was just an ordinary stone, and he could not see anything special about it. Lu Ping did not have time to carefully examine the stone in his hand. He turned around, and once again headed in the direction of the altar ruins. This time, he went 15 kilometers in one go, and only then did he slow down, due to the continuous depletion of the inner yuan in his body. The previous location of the great practitioner was about 10 kilometers away from where Lu Ping had descended. This time, Lu Ping went another 15 kilometers. At this time, he was probably in the ring-shaped area of the late Dharma stage, where the great practitioner, who was ranked around 20th in the late Dharma stage was. Lu Ping retracted the auspicious cloud and stomped his foot. Circles of white light spread out from the inside, and Lu Ping's body gradually became blurry until he disappeared. A blurry lotus pattern flashed on the ground for a moment, and then disappeared without a trace. At this time, Lu Ping was carefully examining the stone in his hand. The surface of the stone looked ordinary, and there was nothing unusual about it. However, at this time, he could already confirm that this stone was without a doubt the fragment of the legendary god stone of musical resonance. This was because Lu Ping's divine will could already sense that there was a powerful will within this stone, and this will was sealed and blocked by an even more powerful force. This caused the will that Lu Ping felt to be a vague sound. Even so, Lu Ping was able to confirm its identity through this vague will. This piece of God Stone of Musical Resonance should be one of the 7 pieces of God Stone of Musical Resonance that Taoist Chan was sitting on. Lu Ping's judgment came from the tone and intonation of this vague will as it spoke. This was also a common method that Lu Ping had learned from Lin Yu Laozu about the identity of the God Stone of Musical Resonance. The 7th Patriarch's speech was truly the law. Sometimes, it was not only the 1 or 2 sentences that could enlighten people, but the tone and intonation of his speech could also give a cultivator a powerful warning. The two complemented each other, and this was the true rarity of the God Stone of Musical Resonance. Although the content of the will was sealed in the God Stone of Musical Resonance, it could not conceal the tone and intonation of the will. Although these things could no longer give a cultivator a powerful warning without any actual content, they became the basis for cultivators to determine the identity of the stone. It was based on this that Lu Ping determined that this stone came from the records of Taoist Chan's speech. Lu Ping was more or less disappointed. Taoist Chan's stone was obviously not of much use to Lu Ping, who cultivated in Jiao Doran's direct line of cultivation method. However, it was a God Stone of Musical Resonance after all. If Lu Ping could suppress the will of Taoist Chan contained within it, he could at least pass on the contents of the mantra recorded in it to someone useful in the sect. Although it would lack the power of the tone and intonation, it would still be a great fortune for Zhenling if he could obtain one or a few sentences of the 7th Patriarch's speech. Of course, if Lu Ping could forcibly erase the will of the 7th Patriarch after suppressing it, Lu Ping would still be able to bring this stone out of the world of the Tao altar. However, it could only be used to forge the bell of the ocean. The God Stone of Musical Resonance that Longhuai ancestor requested from him could only contain the will of Jiao Daoren. However, he did not know why Longhuai ancestor would want this stone without the will of Jiao Daoren in it. Lu Ping held the stone in his hand. A strong stream of energy, accompanied by a powerful divine will, seeped into the stone. Lu Ping immediately felt a sharp cry piercing through his divine will like an awl. Even with the protection of the jade phosphorus soulfire and the cloud sail, Lu Ping still felt a sharp pain, as if he was being pricked by needles. At the same time, the energy that seeped into the stone seemed to have encountered a tough wall. Lu Ping's energy tried to break through the wall, but it bounced back when it hit the wall. Instead, it stopped Lu Ping's energy from flowing into the stone. Just as the scream and the obstruction of the Zhen Yuan entered the heart core space, the avatar of dragon seemed to have sensed something. It abruptly raised its head and let out a furious roar. The faint dragon roar pierced through the stone slab in his hand, and Lu Ping could feel Daoist Chan's will in the stone slab flinching a little in that instant. If it were not for the fact that Lu Ping's divine will was strong enough, it would have been very difficult for him to detect this slight change. With a thought, Lu Ping summoned a purple-gold auspicious cloud behind him. From the cloud, the Dharma form of the dragon reached out a giant claw and pressed it against the rubble. At the same time, a deafening dragon roar rang out. Lu Ping felt the will that was as solid as a wall in the middle of the rubble suddenly crumble. Lu Ping's true essence and divine will seized the opportunity to enter, suppressing the will that originated from Daoist Chan. Then, a clear voice came from the gravel and entered Lu Ping's ears. Lu Ping was startled and fell into confusion. Then, his eyes gradually became clear, and he slapped his thigh with a smile. Wonderful! 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 I didn't know that the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman could be drawn like this. Chapter 1348. How easy is it to break a 7-colored seal? One is clumsy, one is skillful, and one is a shortcut. The clumsy way is to follow the rules. The skillful way is to advance with the 7 colors simultaneously and use divine sense to control the 7 elements. The shortcut is to be aided by spiritual items of the 7 elements. But divine sense is also required. Just as Lu Ping used the Dharma form of the dragon to suppress the will of Taoist Chan hidden in the stone, a slightly shrill voice of a woman rang out from the stone. There seemed to be a hint of disdain and anger in the voice, as if she was answering someone's question. However, there was an obvious hint of impatience in her voice. Could this be the voice of Taoist Chan, when he was teaching the Tao in the 7th patriarch of creation? The thought flashed across Lu Ping's mind. Then, Taoist Chan's angry voice pushed him into a deep state of contemplation on how to draw the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman. The method of crafting the 7-colored restriction-breaking charms had to follow the rules. Now, Lu Ping was using this method to craft the 6-colored restriction-breaking charms. After wasting a lot of precious cultivation resources, he was finally able to craft the 6-colored restriction-breaking charms. However, the success rate wasn't high. However, what Lu Ping really cared about were the other 2 methods recorded in the sentence. The second method obviously relied more on the cultivation of the cultivator's divine sense. The so-called divine sense to control the 7 elements referred to the simultaneous advancement of the 7 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, and ice. This was also one of the biggest problems in drawing a 7-colored seal-breaking talisman. However, in the midst of this loud shout, an image appeared in Lu Ping's divine sense. In this image, Lu Ping began to try to deduce the method of advancing the 7 elements simultaneously. In the past, he had been unable to figure it out, but this time, he was able to solve the problems very smoothly. The mistakes that he had been unable to figure out before were also solved in an instant. A look of admiration appeared on Lu Ping's face. So it's possible to do this. Why didn't I think of it before? But in the midst of this shout, Lu Ping's divine thoughts unconsciously thought of an image. In this image, Lu Ping began to try to deduce the method of advancing the 7 attributes simultaneously. In the past, things that he could not figure out were solved very smoothly this time. The mistakes that he could not figure out before were also solved in an instant. Lu Ping's face was full of admiration. So it was possible to do this. Why did he not think of it before? When Lu Ping's divine sense broke free from the illusion, and his eyes regained their clarity, there was still a hint of joy on his face. Even though this piece of rock had only given him pointers on how to advance the 7 attributes simultaneously to draw the restriction-breaking talisman, it still allowed Lu Ping to fully appreciate the wonders of the divine sound stone. If Lu Ping had only brought out the words recorded in the divine stone, perhaps he would be able to gain some enlightenment like Tian Shui Laozu, who had completed the master-level task of drawing talismans. However, it was impossible for her to have the same comprehension as Lu Ping. This was the ingenuity of the divine sound stone. As for the third method provided by the divine stone, although Lu Ping did not receive any enlightenment that was similar to enlightenment, he believed that it was another method that required precious cultivation resources to use spiritual items of the 7 attributes. However, considering how precious and difficult it was to refine the restriction-breaking talisman, if he could figure out this method, it would be a shortcut at a crucial moment. Lu Ping went over the comprehension he had obtained from his divine thoughts a few more times. After confirming that he had memorized every single detail, he once again focused his attention on the divine stone fragment. The stone fragment itself was also a precious spiritual material. Right now, Lu Ping was thinking about how he could completely erase Taoist Chan's consciousness that was hidden within it, then bring it out of the Tao altar world to refine the vast ocean bell. All of a sudden, a jade-green flame that could only be sensed by divine thoughts rose from Lu Ping's palm. It surrounded the divine stone and burned it. At the same time, Lu Ping's divine thoughts surged into the divine stone wave after wave. It was as if he was bringing wave after wave of divine thoughts to attack Taoist Chan's consciousness that was hidden within the divine stone. However, even though this stone fragment only contained an incomplete consciousness, it was still something left behind by the 7th patriarch, who opened up the heavens. Lu Ping was only able to suppress it with the help of summoning his Dharma idol. He had used almost all of his strength. Now, if he wanted to erase it, it would be much more difficult than just suppressing it. However, Lu Ping could still sense the fear of the incomplete consciousness that was hidden within the stone fragment. This fear obviously originated from the Dharma power of the dragon that Lu Ping had used to suppress it, as well as the jade phosphorus soul fire in Lu Ping's hand. This was also because Lu Ping had the divine thoughts and cultivation of a pure yang adept, as well as the jade phosphorus soul fire, a treasure that was rare even among the heaven-level superior-grade spiritual fires. If it had been anyone else, even the most elite late Dharma adept, they would have been helpless against this, and could only hope to obtain the divine stone fragment that the seventh patriarch's consciousness had left behind. Lu Ping thought for a moment. If he summoned the Dharma power of the dragon once again, and used the jade phosphorus soul fire to forcibly erase this remnant consciousness, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. If that happened, even the White Lotus formation would not be able to suppress it, and he was afraid that it would attract the attention of others. Lu Ping's expression changed. After thinking for a moment, he finally gritted his teeth, and the auspicious clouds behind him rose once again. This time, the Dharma power of the dragon was no longer elusive. The magnificent and noble purple-gold body of the dragon circled above Lu Ping's head. If not for Lu Ping's efforts to restrain it, the moment the Dharma power of the dragon appeared, the roar of the dragon would have been enough to shake the surroundings. The stone fragment slowly rose from Lu Ping's hand. Lu Ping's eyes were tightly shut, and all of his divine thoughts had left his body, and were channeled into the divine thoughts of the Dharma power above his head. At this moment, it was as if Lu Ping had transformed into the Dharma power of the dragon. He stared intently at the stone rising from Lu Ping's hand, and then the Dharma power of the dragon suddenly took a deep breath. The emerald green flame was immediately sucked into the Dharma power's mouth, and a formless dragon flame was spat out from the mouth of the Dharma power at the stone fragment. A shrill scream that could only be heard by divine thoughts came from the stone fragment. Lu Ping's divine thoughts felt a tearing pain coming straight at him. In desperation, a cloud sail rose from the depths of one of the Dharma power's dragon claws, and slowly rose from Lu Ping's storage magic tool. The auspicious cloud around the Dharma power was once again wrapped in a layer of auspicious clouds. However, Lu Ping knew that this shrill scream of divine thoughts was not just directed at him. At this time, all of Lu Ping's divine thoughts were used to deal with the remnant thoughts in the God's Stone. He did not know how far the scream had spread, but one thing Lu Ping knew was that at this time, someone had probably noticed him in this direction. After all, he had to erase this thought as much as possible. Otherwise, it would definitely attract other people to spy on him, or even rob him. Under the blessing of the Dharma power of the dragon, the jade phosphorus fire soul had clearly damaged the remnant thoughts in the God's Stone. But it was obviously not easy to completely erase it. It seemed that only by continuously burning the thoughts in the jade phosphorus soul fire could it be completely erased. However, this would obviously take a long time, and what Lu Ping lacked the most now was time. Just as Lu Ping was thinking about whether to give up and leave this place first, a thought floating in the world of the Tao altar was suddenly clearly captured by the divine thoughts possessed by the Dharma power of the dragon. What is the three lights? The three lights are the samling of the body. When they merge into one, it is called the divine water, the sea of life, and the dragon soars. This heavy voice could not be more familiar to Lu Ping. It was the voice that had previously given the name to the cultivation method that Lu Ping practiced. Three lights, samling of the body. Lu Ping seemed to have understood something. The so-called samling of the body should be the three types of heaven and earth treasures that Lu Ping had smelted when he was in the core forging stage. Although the heaven and earth treasures had turned into essential core, their spirituality was still there. They could condense the three lights into the divine water of life and form a sea of life in the core space, which would be the true home of the Dharma power of the dragon. Although the dragon roared proudly in the universe, its true home was still the sea. This was actually a word of advice for the cultivation of a natural magical power. However, when Lu Ping sensed this thought, he actually magically understood it, and understood the cultivation method of this natural magical power. The formation of the sea of life formed by the triple light's sacred water was obviously dependent on the three heaven and earth treasures that the cultivator had smelted when he was in the core forging stage. The power of the triple light's sacred water was also dependent on the quality of the heaven and earth treasures that the cultivator had smelted. Moreover, the characteristics of the heaven and earth treasures that were smelted were different, and the characteristics of the natural magical power were also different. However, the natural magical water was collectively known as the triple light's sacred water. The three heaven and earth treasures that Lu Ping had smelted when he was in the core forging stage were the dark essence heavy water, the wonder dew, and the thunder calamity water. These three heaven and earth treasures were thick, long, and violent. As Lu Ping comprehended them, they automatically circulated in Lu Ping's body and gradually condensed into a drop of triple light's sacred water in the core space. As Lu Ping's essential essence circulated, the natural magical water continued to condense continuously. However, the Dharma power of the dragon could not wait any longer. The first drop of natural magical water floated outside his body and was swallowed by the Dharma power of the dragon. Then, it turned into a cloud of mist and seeped into the sacred sound stone. Lu Ping's divine will sensed that the remnant will in the sacred sound stone did not even have time to scream before it was completely dissolved by the mist. After spitting out the mist, the Dharma power of the dragon seemed to be extremely tired. It turned around and scuttled back into Lu Ping's core space. After his divine will returned, Lu Ping felt dizzy and his body felt empty. After looking inside himself, Lu Ping could not help but be stunned. At this moment, 2 drops of triple light's sacred water had condensed in the core space. However, the essential essence in his body had been depleted by 70% to 80% because of the 3 drops of triple light's sacred water. However, after the Dharma power of the dragon returned to the core space, it gently tapped its claws, and the 2 drops of triple light's sacred water immediately fused together. Then, the enlarged water droplets continued to expand until they formed a giant lake in the core space. The Dharma power of the dragon let out a joyful roar and dived into the lake. It did not seem tired at all. However, at this moment, Lu Ping did not dare to slow down. He endured the emptiness caused by the lack of essential essence and kept the lotus array under his feet. Then, he left this place as quickly as possible. Chapter 1349. Alas, it's really annoying to follow you. Why do you practice a what attribute cultivation method? Otherwise, we would have reached our destination a long time ago. On Jiang Tianlin Laozu's shoulder, a huge praying mantis bared its fangs and brandished its claws to vent its dissatisfaction. Jiang Tianlin had a smile on his face, but his eyes flickered with caution. All his divine sense swept in different directions from time to time. Don't worry. With the help of my water transformation technique, Even if a pure young cultivator really notices you, they may not be able to catch up. Besides, at this time, those pure young cultivators are maintaining the space portal of the Tao Altar world in the land of West River. They don't have the time to pay attention to an ordinary great cultivator like you. Having Mantis continued to prattle on, but Jiang Tianlin was still as cautious as ever. A few days after Jinling's several cultivators on the battle merit list were sent to the 3 secret realms and the Tao Altar world, Jiang Tianlin Laozu finally found a chance to not attract attention and came to the bank of Qingming River in West River. However, relying on the water transformation technique that Lu Ping had left for him, he plunged into Qingming River put and flowed eastward. If Lu Ping had heard this, he would probably have lasted his tower. After discussing with Lu Ping, young spirit treasure, Jiang Tianlin had advanced to the pure find an opportunity to cut off the water vein branch. It would converge after with the Tao Altar world opened with intelligent and hide it in the Yingxu treasure mirror. If it had been Lu Ping, Jiang Tianlin Laozu could be regarded as an illustrious and knowledgeable person. He would have entered the house of gold of the North Sea and let the Mantis harm his followers. He never expected to really come into contact with the pure young spirit treasure one day. Even if he firmly believed that along the way carried forward in the hands of his generation to use the water transformation technique, completing Jinling's dream of passing down the legacy for more than 10,000 years. They finally arrived at the encampment treasure. This Mantis knew that it was time for business. However, so it became much quieter. A real pure young Tianlin treasure finally in front of him relief, and was truly in his hands. It could be seen that the pressure this Mantis he had always been a great cultivator, like it was difficult for him to suppress the excitement in his heart. Secretly patrolled along the Qingming River was that this Mantis seemed to be too talkative until he confirmed they had traveled all the way from the west of the river. Then, this fellow had already muttered tens of thousands of words into his ear arrived near the buried underground well where Jinling's encampment was previously located. Would not be the least following the underground river vein because he was his master's uncle. Guided to the encampment. Even when faced with a great adept of the late Dharma stage, at the fork of the Qingming, there had been all sorts of sarcasm and criticism. By then, and all sorts of bronze mirror had already appeared in Jiang Tianlin's hand. Jiang Tianlin was a magnanimous person, disappeared from Jiang Tianlin's hand, and on account of the pure young spirit treasure, and a trace of abnormality naturally would not lower himself to the same level as Jiang Tianlin was. If one looked down from the sky at the river's surface, one could clearly see that the river's surface was as calm as a mirror. Done. Jiang Tianlin nodded. That's it. The problem is that we can't be discovered and leave without anyone noticing. It's not about how difficult it is to cut off this spirit vein. Yes, the Mantis said proudly. With this Mantis here, cutting off a water vein is naturally a piece of cake. Jiang Tianlin's face darkened. Fortunately, this Mantis also knew that this was not the time to delay. The river's surface strangely calmed down. Anyone who saw it would know that there was a problem below. The Mantis's body shook, and 2 thin wings spread out from its back. Then it attached itself to a huge purple-gold pair of scissors. This pair of scissors was so huge that Jiang Tianlin had to use both hands to control it. The praying Mantis complained that Jiang Tianlin's would attribute true essence made it uncomfortable. As Jiang Tianlin clasped his hands together, 2 sharp blade lights cut off the connection between this branch vein and the main vein of the Qingming River. Rumble! The violent vibration of the main vein of the Qingming River made it impossible for this section of the water to be completely calm, even with the suppression of the abundant void treasured mirror. Jiang Tianlin also clearly felt that although the vibration from the water vein had been greatly weakened by the abundant void treasured mirror, it still could not completely conceal the turbulence of the water vein. He didn't know if the 9 profound tower would notice anything wrong. Haha, I said it was easy, with this Mantis here. Hey, what are you doing, hey? Not waiting for the Mantis to boast again, Jiang Tianlin no longer indulged it this time. He directly threw it into an empty spirit grass garden that had just been opened up and had not yet been planted with spirit grass. Jiang Tianlin had already disappeared from this heavenly cave magic treasure. Not far away in the sky was a waterfall that was constantly being pulled down like a thread. It was the cut-off water vein. Jiang Tianlin followed the cut-off water vein all the way, and then put it into a small lake in the heavenly cave of the abundant void treasured mirror as fast as he could. Then, he put away the abundant void treasured mirror and flew along the Qingming River towards the source of the river upstream. At this time, Jiang Tianlin had the time to summon the two halves of the spirit treasure from the abundant void treasured mirror. Before the mantis could complain, he had already injected vigorous Zhen Yuan into the scissors again. Casting the water transformation divine ability, Jiang Tianlin plunged into the Qingming River like a fish and disappeared. In the world of the Taoist altar, after condensing 3 drops of triple light divine water and completely erasing Taoist Chan's will from a piece of Qingming stone, Lu Ping could not care less about the loss of Zhen Yuan in his body and quickly retreated to the side. The reason why he retreated was that the further he was from the ruins of the Taoist altar, the lighter the double pressure on Lu Ping would be, and his strength would be maximized. The reason why he retreated was because the will of Jiao Daoren, who cultivated the triple light divine water, seemed to be coming from that direction when Lu Ping summoned the Dharma form of the dragon. This was indeed a strange thing. For thousands of years, there had been many cultivators who entered the world of the Taoist altar and were guided by the will of the 7th patriarch. However, no one had ever heard of anyone being able to determine the direction of the will and eventually find the piece of Qingming stone by chance. Yet, Lu Ping could sense the direction of Jiao Daoren's will. Although he could not confirm that the piece of God's stone was there, Lu Ping was inexplicably confident. Confused, Lu Ping could only attribute all this to the cultivation method he was cultivating. The Soaring Dragon Galaxy Technique. This was one of the 7 cultivation methods personally taught by Jiao Daoren. It must be this cultivation method that attracted the attention of Jiao Daoren's remnant will. However, Lu Ping soon noticed that he seemed to be being followed. After retreating several kilometers in that direction, Lu Ping had encountered at least 3 wills. 2 of them were at the great cultivator level. Lu Ping was shocked. At this moment, he realized that he was too impatient. If he retreated, he would be able to shake off the cultivators who were chasing after the wave of the will of the God's stone. This was because when most cultivators were trying their best to go deeper into the Taoist altar, they would never think that Lu Ping would go in the opposite direction. However, as Lu Ping retreated diagonally, he could not avoid encountering cultivators along the way. At this moment, Lu Ping did not advance but retreated. This abrupt action was suspicious in the eyes of others. At this moment, Lu Ping made a prompt decision to stop. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. The aura around him was fluctuating, as if he had suffered a serious injury. This was also a scene that often happened in the Taoist altar world. In order to pursue a breakthrough in cultivation, some cultivators would constantly move deeper into the Taoist altar ruins in an attempt to dig out their own potential. However, in the end, not only did they fail to break through, they were also seriously injured and had to be pushed to the periphery of the Taoist altar world to recuperate. Cultivators who did not hesitate to harm themselves for a breakthrough in cultivation were rarely provoked. People who were ruthless to themselves were often more ruthless to others. There was no need to find trouble with these people because of some doubts. Moreover, the Taoist altar world did not tolerate the existence of killing, so there was naturally no point in taking advantage of the situation to rob others. Lu Ping pretended to be an injured cultivator who had retreated to the periphery of the Taoist altar world. He took the opportunity to take 2 pills to recover his primary energy and began cultivating. As expected, he managed to deceive the 3 divine senses that were tracking him. However, Lu Ping dared not be careless. After cultivating for 3 days, he did not find any more divine senses wandering around him. Only then did Lu Ping cautiously move in the direction that Jiao Daoren's divine sense had sensed. This time, however, Lu Ping had learned his lesson. Not only did he change his direction from time to time, he also paid careful attention to whether there were other cultivators around him. 4 hours later, Lu Ping finally arrived at a place not far away from where he had sensed the divine sense. At that moment, however, Lu Ping had no choice but to stop and quickly retract his aura to the minimum. Tens of li away, 5 great cultivators were gathered there. Lu Ping did not know what they were doing. 2 of the 5 were the great cultivators that Lu Ping had picked up, and the great cultivator surnamed Gu from Wuxia school, who had called him away. The 5 of them were gathered at the place where Jiao Daoren's divine sense had been sensed by Lu Ping. Chapter 1350. The 5 great cultivators were led by the cultivator surnamed Gu, and another great cultivator from Wuxia school. In front of the cultivator surnamed Gu, there was a spirit treasure in the shape of a wine cauldron. It looked very similar to the Qianquan wine cauldron, one of the 6 great artifacts of heaven and earth that Lu Ping had seen in Luo Xan Mountain. Just like the Linglong wine cauldron, it was also a spirit treasure imitation of the Qianquan wine cauldron. Lu Ping's divine will descended into the core space. He looked at the Dharma form of the dragon that was playing happily in the floating sea formed by the triple light divine water. Then, he asked the Linglong wine cauldron, "Linglong, do you know what the people from Wuxia school are doing?" Through Lu Ping's divine will, Linglong wine cauldron had already sensed the movements of the 5 great cultivators a few miles away. It said, "They seem to be looking for something through that spirit treasure?" Lu Ping was taken aback. He said, "The Tao altar world is a rare land of fortune. Even without the 7th ancestor's guidance, the rich spiritual energy here, as well as the dual pressure from the body and divine sense, is a wonderful place for cultivators to quickly improve their cultivation base." But these 5 great cultivators didn't seize the opportunity to cultivate, but were instead looking for something. That means it must be something extraordinary. Lu Ping asked the Linglong wine cauldron, "The spirit treasure imitation of the Qianquan wine cauldron has a treasure hunting function?" Linglong said, "It depends on what they're looking for. If it's a spirit vein, I have a certain detection ability." Hey, wait, they seem to have found something. Lu Ping held his breath and focused his divine will on the 5 people. Suddenly, he heard the cultivator surnamed Gu say happily, "Found it, it's here. Hurry up and dig." Lu Ping was shocked and thought, "Oh no, could it be that they are also looking for the sound-crushed stone and have mastered the method to find it? I hope it's not the one that was passed down to me for a year." But at this moment, the few great cultivators were acting like commoners. They took out a few hoes from their storage mystic instruments and started digging into the ground under Lu Ping's dumbfounded gaze. After a while, they put away their hoes as if they were about to find the target and were afraid of damaging it. Then, they heard the cultivator surnamed Gu let out a joyful laugh, followed by a stone futon about 1 meter in size being lifted out of the pit. Lu Ping looked at the joyful cultivator surnamed Gu in surprise and doubt. It was a white marble futon, which had been found by many cultivators who had entered the world of the Tao altar over the past thousands of years. Although it could barely be considered a treasure, it had the magical effect of absorbing spirit veins in the world of the Tao altar. Outside the world of the Tao altar, it was at most a good futon for cultivation. Therefore, after discovering that it was not very useful outside the world of the Tao altar, many people basically did not bring it out of the world of the Tao altar. At least for 3 years in the world of the Tao altar, it could absorb a spirit vein and provide help to the next cultivator who entered the world of the Tao altar. Some sects would even ask cultivators to bring the white marble futon back to a fixed and secret place before entering the world of the Tao altar, so that the next cultivator could continue to use it for cultivation. At this time, the Wuxia school was obviously not looking for a white marble futon for cultivation. The moment the cultivator raised the futon, because it lost contact with the ground, the spirit vein beneath it naturally severed and sealed itself. Then why were they looking for these white marble futons? Lu Ping touched the storage magic tool in his hand. He was lucky enough to find a white marble futon not long after entering the world of the Tao altar. But he still had doubts in his heart. It couldn't be that they were collecting antiques, right? Looking at the happy expressions of the 2 great cultivators of the 5 elements when they found the futon, he wondered if there was a secret hidden in these white marble futons that only the Wuxia school knew. "Junior brother Shoheng, how many white marble cattail hasek have you found?" The cultivator surnamed Gu casually asked the other great cultivator of the 5 elements sect, as he placed the prayer mat he found into his storage treasure. "Senior brother, this is the 3rd one." The great cultivator surnamed Gu put the imitation spiritual treasure in his hand and said with some regret, "It's a pity that this spiritual treasure will be ruined after 2 more uses." The great cultivator of the Wuxia school named Shoheng smiled and said, It's all worth it, isn't it, senior brother? The great cultivator surnamed Gu laughed and said, Of course it is. As long as we can succeed, it's nothing to ruin a first-stage spiritual treasure. Laozu Shouheng smiled and said, Although we can still explore it twice, we'd better be careful. According to the information we collected, when the demon clans in the Boundless Mountain opened the world of the Tao altar more than 100 years ago, someone once found a white marble futon in the north of the world of the Tao altar, which is about 50 kilometers away from the ruins of the Tao altar. The great cultivator surnamed Gu said, This distance is within the range of the great cultivators of the various sections. Let's hope we don't run into any idiots. Otherwise, although we can't kill people here, it won't be difficult for the 5 of us to capture or expel them alive. Laozu Shouheng nodded and said, There are only 3 places that might have futons. Let's hope we're lucky enough to find a futon without using the spiritual treasure. That way we can at least save one more search opportunity. If we can't find it in the 3 places, we'll lose the last 2 chances of using the spiritual treasure, and we'll have to look for a needle in a haystack in the world of the Tao altar. A trace of worry flashed across the great cultivator's face, and then he said fiercely, If we're really unlucky, we might have to take the risk. The other great sects have hidden futons in the world of the Tao altar before, and they might even have one on them. When the time comes, we can just capture 1 or 2 of them and interrogate them. As soon as the great cultivator's voice fell, the other 3 great cultivators revealed bitter expressions. The great cultivator looked at the 3 of them with a mocking expression and said, What are you afraid? The 3 great cultivators were silent, but in the end, they were all existences of the same level. Although they couldn't turn hostile to the 2 in front of them, their expressions didn't look good either. The great cultivator laughed and said, Don't worry, although we can't kill people in the Tao altar, it won't be difficult to capture someone and cripple them. If we turn someone into an idiot, who will know it was us? The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. As for whether someone would run away and reveal their plot, the 3 of them obviously didn't think that way. What a joke. When the 5 great cultivators joined forces, they were almost invincible in the world of the Tao altar. Who could run away when the 5 of them joined forces? Guarding Laozu also said with a smile, This is our last resort. At this moment, Patriarch Shouheng smiled and said, This is our last resort. Perhaps we will be able to collect enough praying mats in the remaining 3 locations. We only need 5, and the more we have the better. However, we can't use them right now. Don't worry, after this, our sect will definitely compensate your sections. Our 5-element sect sent over a dozen core forging cultivators into the 3 secret realms. Apart from handing over 2/3 of the cultivation resources they brought out as a reward to the sects, the remaining 1/3 can be taken by the 3 of you. Our 5-element sect doesn't really care about these things, but it will be quite a bit of income for the 3 of you. It will be enough for your sects to nurture tens of core forging cultivators. Hearing this, the 3 great cultivators showed a hint of joy on their faces. Obviously, they were looking forward to this batch of cultivation resources. They didn't even hesitate to waste their precious cultivation time in the world of the Tao altar to help Wuxia School find white marble cattail hassocks. At this time, the great cultivator, Gu, seemed to think of something and said in a deep voice, But just now, the 5 of us are enough to capture any cultivator in the world of the Tao altar alive, which reminds me that there are quite a few enemies of our sects in the world of the Tao altar. For example, fellow Taoist Wuxia's old enemy, the Tianxian sect, and several people from the cultivation world of Hebei, where fellow Taoist Spirit Void is from, have also entered the world of the Tao altar. If the spiritual martial sect wants to become a large sect in Hebei, I'm afraid these people are a big eyesore, right? Another example is fellow Taoist Yuntian's Feiyun Pavilion. I heard that recently several sects have joined forces and exerted a lot of pressure. In that case, why don't we join forces and cripple a few eyesores? When the time comes, no one will know. Wouldn't that be great? This suggestion caused the other 3 great cultivators to be rather moved. However, one of them still said, This Tao altar world isn't large, yet it isn't small either. It's probably not easy to intentionally find a few enemies. At that time, if the 5 of us act together, it would instead arouse suspicion. Guardian Laozu smiled and said, fellow Taoist Wuxia is right, so we don't have to look for them, but if we meet them, they can only blame themselves for being unlucky. At this moment, the great cultivator of the spiritual martial sect Lingshu Laozu, who Lu Ping had seen before, suddenly smiled, as if he had thought of something. When Lu Ping saw this person smile from afar, his heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. Sure enough, Lingshu Laozu smiled and said, since the 2 of you have mentioned it, I have seen a cultivator a few days ago. I think the 2 of you must be very interested in this person. Great cultivator Gu looked at Lingshu Laozu in surprise and said, who is it? Lingshu Laozu paused, then slowly opened his mouth and said, it is this time's mid-Dharma stage battle merit list, the North Sea Water Sword deity Lu Tianping. Damn it! Lu Ping gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. If there's a chance, I'll cripple you first, you old thing. Lu Tianping, the one who gritted his teeth before the 2 great cultivators of Wuxia school, was Wuxia Laozu of the Taishan sect. He said word by word. 2 great cultivators of our sect died because of him. Where is this person now? Chapter 1351. The 5 great practitioners present belonged to 4 sects, but 3 of them had deep enmity with Lu Ping. This also made Lu Ping secretly think that his ability to attract hatred seemed to be growing. However, he also became more vigilant in his heart. He had offended these people, and they could be said to be extraordinary in the world of practitioners. As his reputation and status rose, his every move was bound to attract more and more attention, and it would be more and more difficult to think of doing things in the dark like before. However, the development of Jinling also inevitably required Lu Ping to stand in front of the stage more and more. And at this time, the hidden arrows that came from behind Lu Ping had no choice but to divert 120% of his attention to deal with. As soon as Wuxia Laozu of Taishan sect finished speaking, the great practitioner surnamed Gu of Wuxia school had already followed up with a solemn expression and said, fellow Taoist Lingshu, are you sure you are not mistaken? 2 of my sect's direct disciples perished at the hands of this person. If it really is this person, this old man will definitely make him beg for death. Lingshu Laozu also looked solemn and said, no, this person is now also an influential figure in the world of practitioners. The old man will definitely not be mistaken. However, the old man met him a few days ago. At that time, Lu Tianping was walking towards the depths of the ruins of the Taoist altar. It is hard to say whether he is still there or not. Shoheng Laozu thought for a moment and said, he should still be there. This person should be like the other 3 direct disciples. This time, he entered the Taoist altar mainly to prepare for the late Dharma stage. At this time, he should be going to the area near the world of the Taoist altar to find a place to train. The great practitioner surnamed Gu waved his hand and said, then what are we waiting for? The shortcut to the area of the white marble futon we are looking for next requires us to cross the ruins of the Taoist altar. Along the way, we will search for the whereabouts of this person. If we find him, we will work together to capture him. The great practitioner surnamed Gu could not help but think of the experience of Lu Ping successfully escaping from the joint attack of him and another great practitioner. That tyrannical impact, until now, made the great practitioner surnamed Gu feel extremely fearful when facing him alone. Even after he expressed his intention to join forces to besiege him, no one showed a strange expression. The 5 people only rested here for a moment before leaving, and the direction they left was the direction that Lingshu Laozu had pointed to where Lu Ping was. After waiting until the 5 people were out of the range of Lu Ping's divine thought, another 2 to 4 hours passed before Lu Ping carefully revealed himself, and then quickly ran towards the pit that the group had previously dug. This time, Lu Ping had learned his lesson. He stood on the edge of the pit and used the cloud sail to cover a radius of 300 feet. Then, He only emitted the aura of the Dharma power of the dragon, and combined it with his divine thought to capture the thought that had previously advised Lu Ping to practice the triple light sacred water. The entire Tao altar world was still filled with chaotic buzzing sounds, but no clear words could be heard from these noises. However, Lu Ping's divine thought still captured a sound that seemed to be slightly louder from these noises. The subtle difference in this sound was quickly identified by Lu Ping as the previous thought of Jiao Daoren. Lu Ping stretched out his hand and pointed to a spot 3 feet away from the pit. A clump of soil and stones exploded, and a stone similar to the sound-breaking stone that Lu Ping had previously obtained floated out of the exploded soil and stones. Lu Ping was overjoyed. He stretched out his hand, and another sound-breaking stone fell into his hand. This was a stone that recorded Jiao Daoren's thought. If he brought it out, he could give an explanation to Longhuai ancestor. However, at the thought of suppressing and erasing Jiao Daoren's thought in this stone, Lu Ping was a little uncertain. Previously, Lu Ping was able to erase Taoist Chan's thought by relying on the Dharma form of the dragon and the triple light sacred water, which he had cultivated under the guidance of Jiao Daoren's thought. However, now that he was facing Jiao Daoren's thought, it was difficult for Lu Ping to use the method Jiao Daoren had taught him to deal with Jiao Daoren's thought. Lu Ping took 2 deep breaths and thought to himself, I will pass on the inheritance of the 7-colored restriction-breaking talisman and the 3 methods of drawing it. I will also pass on the soaring dragon galaxy technique and the condensation of the triple light sacred water. After all, the thought left in the God's stone no longer belongs to the 7th patriarch of the heaven-splitting sect. If I erase it, it would be disrespectful to all of you. Lu Ping's thought left his body with the Dharma form again. The jade phosphorus soul fire was already burning and jumping in the mouth of the Dharma form of the dragon. The triple light sacred water was also condensed in the body of the Dharma form of the Dharma form. All that was left was to use all his means to erase Jiao Daoren's thought in the stone. However, just as Lu Ping added all his means to the stone, the thought of Jiao Daoren hidden in the God's stone suddenly disappeared inexplicably. This feeling was as if Lu Ping had punched the air with all his strength. It made him feel terrible. Lu Ping was surprised. Then, he suddenly thought of something. His thought in Dharma form returned to his body. He then realized that there was an extremely familiar thought in Lu Ping's heart space. This was the remnant thought of Jiao Daoren, who had taught Lu Ping the condensation method of the triple light sacred water. Lu Ping was still puzzled. Could it be that all the sound stones that contained Jiao Daoren's thoughts were not obstructed by Lu Ping, who had cultivated the soaring dragon galaxy technique? If that was the case, didn't it mean that as long as Lu Ping focused on collecting the sound stones that contained Jiao Daoren's thoughts in the Tao altar world, he would be able to obtain the mantra inheritance left behind by Jiao Daoren as he pleased? This speculation was really tempting to Lu Ping. Although Lu Ping felt that it might be due to luck or other reasons, once this thought took root in Lu Ping's mind, it was difficult for Lu Ping to get rid of it. Perhaps he should find some sound stones that contain Jiao Daoren's thoughts and try it out. What if it was true? This thought kept popping up in Lu Ping's mind, but Lu Ping eventually suppressed it. At this moment, there were already 5 great cultivators seeking revenge on him in the Tao altar world. He did not think that he had the strength to fight against 5 of them, so it was better to avoid them at this time. The most important thing now was to take advantage of the special environment of the Tao altar world to improve his cultivation. There was a water vein sealed around Lu Ping, and with the regulation of the Linglong wine cauldron, he could transform it into a steady stream of pure water spirit qi. He did not rely too much on the rich spirit qi in the Tao altar world. However, the dual pressure from the spirit qi in the minor chiliocosm was a rare opportunity for Lu Ping. However, the pressure from his current position was not very helpful to Lu Ping. It was better for Lu Ping to continue deeper into the Tao altar world and cultivate near the Tao altar ruins. After some thought, Lu Ping turned around and chased after the 5 great cultivators. He followed them from afar. The 5 of them were obviously looking for him. They probably did not expect him to be behind them. For hours later, Lu Ping returned to the place where he suppressed the first sound stone. Someone had obviously come here to investigate, but they did not find anything in the end. The 5 great cultivators did not find him here, so they must have gone to look for other white jade futons. Although Lu Ping wanted to know why Wuxia School was looking for these white jade futons, it was obvious that he would be walking into a tiger's den if he went to face the 5 great cultivators. Therefore, Lu Ping had to suppress this thought. This place had been checked by the cultivators of Wuxia School. Lu Ping expected that they would not come back in a short time, so he used the lotus formation and the cloud sail to set up a closed-door cultivation area with a radius of nearly 1 mile. In this area, any movement would be detected by Lu Ping in advance. Although Lu Ping had made it clear to everyone that this area was his territory, they did not know how many people were in this area and who they were. Therefore, they naturally did not dare to act rashly. Even if something unexpected happened, Lu Ping would have enough time to react. Lu Ping, who was ready for closed-door cultivation, had just summoned Linglong's wine cauldron. Suddenly, an evil smile appeared on his face. I almost forgot that since the 5 great cultivators of Wuxia School and the other 4 schools are looking for someone for revenge, why don't I release the news and let everyone know? This is a really good idea. It would be better if I can also expose the fact that Wuxia School is secretly collecting white jade futons at the cost of a one-time spiritual treasure. This should be enough to attract the attention of some people with ulterior motives. Although I don't know the reason why Wuxia School is collecting white jade futons, others might know about it. Otherwise, Wuxia School would not be so secretive. In any case, the 5 great cultivators didn't know who had leaked these secrets, so they could just make wild guesses. Lu Ping took out all kinds of communication paper cranes, sound-transmitting talismans, sound-transmitting magic swords and so on. There were about 30 to 40 of them, and he engraved all the information on them. Then, he scattered them in all directions of the Taoist altar aimlessly. By then, it would no longer be important who would obtain these items. What was important was that once the news spread out, the 5 cultivators would definitely be regarded as enemies by everyone else. Not to mention whether the 5 Elements sect could continue collecting the white marble cattail hassocks. They might incur the wrath of the public and become the target of everyone. In that case, they would be the ones who would suffer the most. As for the sound-breaking stones, it still depended on luck. Now, with the help of the Dharma form of the dragon, Lu Ping could suppress the thought of the 7th patriarch in the stones. If he used all his strength, he could even wipe out the thought in the stones. However, the crux of the problem was how to find these scattered stones, which ultimately depended on luck. If the Dharma form of the dragon was reminded by the mantra of the 7th patriarch again during the cultivation, especially by Jiao Daoren, Lu Ping might be able to find the approximate location of the stone that produced the mantra. However, if he failed to capture the clear expression of the mantra in the following cultivation, Lu Ping naturally had no other way. He could not dig 3 feet into the ground of the Taoist altar to find it. Chapter 1352. Lu Ping naturally did not know what kind of turmoil his mischievous behavior had brought to the world of the chances of surviving the thunder calamity would be higher. He was quietly training in the training area that he had occupied. His power would also be circulated the soaring dragon galaxy art. When a practitioner welcomed the second thunder tribulation into his body to improve his cultivation base, discovered that the power of the thunder tribulation and was actually not as strong as the first thunder tribulation base when he had advanced to the mid-dharma stage. It was as if his cultivation base was growing by leaps and bounds. He discovered that although he had become a great late Dharma adept, finally felt the long-awaited power was not even comparable to that of a growing by leaps and bounds. This practitioner might even want to die. In the Linglong wine cauldron circulated was much stronger than the small vein and used his divine will to constantly feel the changes in the circulation of the inner yuan in his blood. This half a year's time was enough for during this level of practice. He did not absorb any spirit chi into his inner yuan. He was only one step away from advancing to the late Dharma stage. Everything was ready except for the last like a river in his veins. But the half of the vein that had been sealed in the soaring dragon galaxy technique with all his might had dissipated a lot during his training. The sound of the surging river still more than half of it away from him. In the world, if it were anyone else, to directly use a water vein that there was a river passing by nearby was probably something that the starry sky could do. Although he could see such an extreme world that he was in, it was only natural that his level of practice had reached his current level full of in just over half a year. And the Milky Way that stretched across the sky. Lu Ping's level of practice was already at the peak of the mid-Dharma after the seventh patriarch and after repeated training, Lu Ping had even had his remarkable powers he slightly activated the inner yuan in his body. Therefore, when practitioners looked up at the sky above his head was about to form a thundercloud, they could only vaguely see feeling was of course not real. On the other hand, it could also mean that at this time, world was a minor level of practice was almost at the peak of the mid-Dharma stage. So it wasn't affected other than passing through the second thunder tribulation to conceal this world. There was probably no other way for him. Any cultivator who entered the minor kiliacosm would be able to see more brighter and denser cultivation. In addition to a few scattered stars that were often seen in the cultivation gathering above his head, the Tao Altar world was a minor kiliacosm the changes that was attached above the surface of this world. That he decisively was not affected by the remarkable powers that the seventh patriarch had used to conceal this world. This spirit space was not the world of training entered the minor kiliacosm, and it was not a real world brighter and denser galaxies. It was just a space created by the seventh patriarch stars that were often seen in the cultivation world using a secret technique. However, not when to mention the fact that the spirit space could withstand the power of Lu Ping's thunder calamity. All of Lu Ping's pride even and confidence if it could summon the thunder calamity by himself. The power of the thunder calamity how strong the inner yuan in one's body was, no matter how thick it was at most, it was just a raging river. How could it compare to the vast ocean? How could it compare to the Milky Way that stretched across the sky? Everything that had happened before was just him being arrogant. How could the soaring dragon galaxy technique be so superficial? A true divine dragon could only move freely in the vast universe and the endless Milky Way. The one who was truly superficial was still Lu Ping himself. At the Dharma phase, the amount of inner yuan that he could accumulate was at most a river. So what if he became a true soul? At most, it would only be an ocean. To truly achieve the soaring dragon galaxy, did it mean that becoming a true soul was the only thing that could be done? For the first time, Lu Ping had doubts about the cultivation method that he had cultivated. He did not doubt its authenticity, but he suspected that the cultivation method that he had obtained so far might not be the complete one. Although the soaring dragon galaxy technique that Lu Ping had was one of Jiao Dorn's 7 true techniques, it was only for Lu Ping to cultivate until he achieved the realm of a divine soul. A divine soul might be able to break free from the shackles of this world, but it was nothing in the face of the boundless starry sky. To truly be able to move freely in this endless starry sky and live up to the name, Soaring Dragon Galaxy Technique, there must be a continuation of this cultivation method after achieving the divine soul. However, Lu Ping had no way to verify this speculation. Perhaps the 7th patriarch of Kai Tian Kai knew about it, or perhaps Jiao Daoren still had the continuation of the Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique after achieving the divine soul. However, the 7th patriarch of Kai Tian Kai had only left this world a legend from tens of thousands of years ago. So Lu Ping could only sigh helplessly. After cultivating for more than half a year, in addition to the rapid growth of his cultivation, Lu Ping had condensed another 9 drops of triple light sacred water in his core space, forming an even larger floating sea. This opened up a new place for the Dharma power of dragon to play in. He no longer had to chase after the pure yang pearl in his core space. In the process of continuously condensing the triple light sacred water, Lu Ping gradually discovered the many wonderful uses of this item. However, after condensing 12 drops of triple light sacred water, no matter how hard Lu Ping tried to cultivate the triple light sacred water from Jiao Doran's will, he could no longer condense another drop of triple light sacred water. Chapter 1353. There were only 2 months left before the closing of the Tao Altar World. Lu Ping had been fortunate enough to capture 3 clear thoughts of splitting the heavens during the past 6 months of cultivation. Compared to the 3 thoughts of splitting the heavens that Lu Ping had captured in just a few days after entering the Tao Altar World, Lu Ping's luck was clearly much worse. Perhaps it was because Lu Ping was too focused on cultivation and spent most of his divine thoughts helping to sort out his blood and qi, so he might have inadvertently missed many opportunities. Moreover, the 3 thoughts of splitting the heavens that Lu Ping had captured did not seem to have much enlightenment for Lu Ping. Compared to the 3 thoughts of splitting the heavens that he had captured before, the difference was like heaven and earth. One of the 3 thoughts was the voice of a female cultivator. She spoke a few words about the cultivation of spirit herbs. It seemed that it came from the stone chime that the Luan Taoist was sitting on. Although Lu Ping had some expertise in the cultivation of spirit herbs, he could not comprehend anything from these simple words. It was a pity that the few Dharma manifestation stage wood phoenixes that Lu Ping had recently received could not enter the Tao Altar World. Otherwise, if they had heard the words of the Luan Taoist, they might have immediately regarded them as treasures. Moreover, their cultivation of spirit herbs would immediately usher in leaps and bounds. However, Lu Ping still memorized the few words of the Luan Taoist. Without the Luan Taoist's original explanation, it would have lacked that kind of sudden enlightenment. When the time came, he would give these words to the wood phoenixes to comprehend on their own. He did not know how much of the essence they would be able to figure out. The other thought of splitting the heavens that Lu Ping had captured should have come from Ape Taoist. The voice spoke very quickly and seemed to be a little impatient. Perhaps it was because the cultivators listening to him could not understand his method of speech, so he had to explain with a trace of impatience. Well, these words should be explaining the cultivation secrets of a type of staff technique. Moreover, many of these secrets do not correspond to the type of staff technique explained by Ape Taoist. Instead, they seem to be common to most staff techniques. Naturally, Lu Ping wasn't proficient in staff techniques. This kind of technique had almost become the symbol of the Wise Ape clan. If these words were given to the Wise Ape clan, they would probably be treasured and kept as an important heritage of the clan. Lu Ping had some friendship with the 3rd-generation Yao cultivator of the Wise Apes, Yuan Long. The two had discussed methods together for many days, and were quite impressed by each other's cultivation achievements. Most of Lu Ping's dabbling in staff techniques came from that time. If he could give these words of Ape Taoist to Yuan Long in the future, he would definitely earn a big favor from the boy. The 3rd thought that Lu Ping had captured was more or less useful to Lu Ping. This should have come from Ape Taoist's divine sense. It was actually talking about the extremely rare technique of alchemy, the external pill transformation. Although this pill externalization technique was rooted in the absolute proficiency of an alchemist in the refining process of a certain kind of elixir, the occurrence of this phenomenon was mostly related to luck. Even most alchemists who mastered a certain kind of elixir externalization secret technique didn't know the reason for mastering this elixir secret technique. Therefore, whenever an alchemist accidentally grasped the technique of forming a pill outside of a pill while refining a certain pill, it would be known as the alchemist's fortune, and this pill would also be known as the alchemist's fortune pill. Speaking of which, Lu Ping himself had mastered the external pill transformation technique. Not long after Lu Ping had become an alchemy grandmaster, he had unintentionally refined 12 blood-condensing pills while demonstrating alchemy to the disciples of Zhenling Side Hall. Thus, the blood-condensing pills became Lu Ping's fortune pill. As a direct result of this incident, half of Jinling's blood-condensing pill refining task fell on Lu Ping's shoulders. Even after Lu Ping had become a grandmaster alchemist and become one of the best alchemists in the cultivation world, Fornax Laozu still did not lower the responsibility of Lu Ping's blood-condensing pill refining task. However, Taoist Gui's spiritual power didn't explain the reason for this phenomenon. Instead, he listed the names of the 13 types of natural spirit fires in an uncertain tone. He then said that alchemists who used the 13 types of natural spirit fires seemed to be more likely to have this phenomenon in the process of pill concoction. But the probability of this phenomenon was only slightly higher. Other types of natural spirit fires might also have this phenomenon, but compared with the 13 types of natural spirit fires, the probability of this phenomenon was slightly lower. Lu Ping memorized the names of these 13 types of natural fires. Among them, only one was of the black grade, which was none other than the blue spirit fire, the high-grade black-grade fire that Lu Ping had used before. Back then, when Lu Ping concocted the blood-condensing pill, he had used the blue spirit fire. When he saw the blue spirit fire, Lu Ping, who had been skeptical before, instantly believed Taoist Gui's speculation. He promised himself that when he returned to the sect, he would definitely ask the pill pavilion to collect as many natural fires as possible according to these 13 types of natural fires as possible. These 13 types of natural fires were all suitable for refining pills. Therefore, even if Taoist Gui's speculation was wrong, Ji Hao wouldn't lose anything. However, once his speculation was correct, Jinling would have a few more alchemists who had mastered the external pill transformation technique. Over time, Jinling would be able to save a considerable amount of cultivation resources. Among the 13 types of natural fires, except for the blue spirit fire, which was of the black grade, among the other 12 types of natural fires, 6 were of the earth grade, 1 was of the low grade, 3 were of the earth grade, and 2 were of the earth grade. Unfortunately, Lu Ping had only heard of these 6 types of natural fires. 5 were of the heaven grade, 2 were of the low grade, 1 was of the heaven grade, and 2 were of the heaven grade. Unfortunately, Lu Ping had never owned any of these 5 types of natural fires. Apart from the blue spirit fire, there was also a special type of natural fire. This type of fire could grow by devouring other types of natural fires, and as its grade increased, the flame of this type of fire would grow larger as well. With every grade, the flame would grow larger by 1 inch, which was why this type of fire was called the few inches spirit fire. This strange fire was none other than the exotic fire in Lu Ping's hand. When Lu Ping caught this fire when it first appeared on Scarlet Mist Island, it was only a 4-inch flame of the earth grade. Later, after devouring several types of natural fires, it had grown into a 6-inch flame of the earth grade, the high grade. He didn't expect that this type of fire could easily transform pills into pills in the process of alchemy, and Taoist Gui emphasized that this type of fire had the highest possibility of transforming pills into pills. Back then, Taoist Gui had cultivated a 1-inch flame of the heaven grade, the 9 inches spirit fire into the high grade, the heaven grade. During the process of this spirit fire's growth, Taoist Gui often used this spirit fire to refine pills. In the end, Taoist Gui alone mastered the external pill transformation technique for 7 types of pills. Lu Ping's heart was burning with excitement. All along, Lu Ping knew that this type of spirit fire had a very high success rate in concocting medicinal pellets of the same grade as the other spirit flames. But Lu Ping was reluctant to feed the spirit fire to the spirit fire to improve its grade. Also, Lu Ping had the silver spirit fire that had a very high success rate in concocting medicinal pellets. Hence, he only nurtured the spirit fire to the earth grade high grade 6-inch spirit fire. But now, it seemed that compared to the external pill transformation pill that appeared on several kinds of high-grade spirit pills, losing a few decent heaven and earth spirit fires to increase its grade didn't seem so painful. After sorting out what he had gained from this round of closed-door training, Lu Ping spread his divine will out in all directions to see if anyone was hiding. Only then did he realize that the past 6 months of training had increased Lu Ping's divine will once again. His divine will could now cover a radius of 13 miles. This place was already deep in the area where late Dharma adepts could descend. The divine will of adepts had been compressed to 1/10 of its original strength, which meant that under normal circumstances, Lu Ping's divine will could cover a radius of 30 miles. When Lu Ping had entered the world of the Tao altar, he had been guided by Jiao Doran's will. His divine will had achieved a breakthrough and increased to 60 miles in one go. He had originally thought that this would be a bottleneck, but he didn't expect that after 6 months of closed-door training, his divine will had once again expanded to 10 miles. The auspicious clouds that covered a radius of a mile all converged into a small flag in Lu Ping's hand. Then, circles of white spirit light appeared on the ground and shrank toward the center. Finally, under Lu Ping's feet, it formed a white jade lotus the size of a wash basin and disappeared into Lu Ping's core space. Lu Ping smiled at a pile of dirt on the left and said, "Junior brother Yin, your secret technique of concealment has improved greatly again." Behind a 3-foot-tall mound about 50 to 60 feet away, Yin Tianchu's figure gradually appeared. His expression was very ugly as he said, "Senior brother, please don't make fun of me. Just like last time, you saw through me with just one look." Lu Ping shook his head and said, "If it was before we entered the Tao altar's world, it would have been extremely difficult for junior martial brother Yin to discover your presence with your current art of concealment. But after half a year in the Tao altar's world, junior martial brother Yin, although you've improved tremendously, my divine sense has also experienced a breakthrough. Hence, I can see through your art of concealment again." Yin Tianchu nodded, and his expression became a little better. Lu Ping could see that Yin Tianchu had not only made great progress in his secret technique of concealment, but also that his aura, which was unstable because he had just broken through to the mid-Dharma stage not long ago, had been stabilized after more than half a year of hard work. Furthermore, his cultivation had also improved significantly. It seemed that he had gained a lot in the world of the Tao altar. "Did you receive the message I sent before I went into seclusion? How are Uncle Tiancheng and the other 2 early Dharma adepts?" Although the news of the 5 great adepts joining forces to seek revenge in the world of the Tao altar had been spread randomly by Lu Ping using 30 to 40 different communication tools, Lu Ping had specially sent Yin Tianchu and the other Zhenling adepts a few secret talismans from his sect, informing them of the cause of the matter. This was to prevent the 5 great adepts from venting their anger on the other adepts of the sect if they could not find him. Chapter 1354. Lu Ping had used the sect's secret talismans to inform a few of the sect's cultivators about this matter. Even his best friends, Xie Tianyang, Sang Yu, and the others, did not use the talismans to inform them. Firstly, the 5 people might not rush to find trouble with them. Secondly, Lu Ping really did not want too many people to know that he was the one who discovered the secret alliance of the 5 people. However, Lu Ping did not know that the 30 to 40 talismans he had randomly distributed had very quickly caused an uproar in the world of the Taoist altar. There were only a total of 150 cultivators in the world of the Taoist altar, and among them, there were only 50 late Dharma great cultivators. There was no need for Lu Ping to explain what it meant for the 5 great cultivators to join forces to seek revenge. Even if some people suspected that someone was secretly spreading rumors, most people who were lucky enough to be notified by Lu Ping's talismans would rather believe that it was true than not. Even some cultivators who had nothing to do with these sects had no choice but to call their friends in the world of the Taoist altar and temporarily form a loose alliance, just in case. This also caused the news of the 5 great cultivators joining forces to spread further and further in the world of the Taoist altar. In fact, just as Lu Ping had scattered the talismans, the 5 people had just used the spirit treasure on the other side of the ruins of the Taoist altar with Lu Ping. Under the surprised gaze of great cultivator surnamed Gu, they had once again obtained a white marble cattail hassock. This is already the 4th one. As long as we find one more, it will be a success. Yuntian Laozu of the Flowing Cloud Pavilion finally could not help but ask, "My friend Shouheng, what is the purpose of your sect collecting these white marble cattails?" Shouheng Laozu's expression was a little awkward. Yuntian Laozu saw this and hurriedly laughed, saying, "I have no intention of exploring the secrets of your sect's inheritance. If you find it difficult, please don't say it." Guardian Laozu was about to thank Yun Tian Laozu for his understanding, but his senior brother Guda was clearly rather excited because he was about to succeed. He said, "It's actually not a secret, so it's fine if I tell you." Shou Laozu wanted to say something to stop them. However, after considering it for a moment, he decided against it in the end. The great cultivator surnamed Gu, who was standing beside him, said, "Although the 6 great Holy Lands have never acknowledged it, the legacy of pure yang cultivators from the 6 great Holy Lands has never been severed since the opening of the heavens. The world of cultivation has long since speculated that the 6 great Holy Lands possess some method to strengthen their cultivators' ability to overcome the 3rd lightning tribulation. That is why they are able to ensure the number of pure yang cultivators in every generation." Looking at Yun Tian Laozu's group of 3, cultivator Guda smiled proudly and said, "You guessed correctly. Although this method isn't as miraculous as you think, the 6 holy lands do have such a shortcut." Spirit Void Laozu swallowed and pointed at the white jade cattail hassock in cultivator Guda's hand, saying, "So, this white jade cattail hassock." "Hee, that's right." Cultivator Guda smiled proudly and said, "This white jade cattail hassock is a part of the inheritance method that our sect has mastered, and this method is only available in our Wuxia school. If it were any other sect, even if we told them the whole method, they wouldn't be able to succeed." Why? Spirit Void Laozu stared straight at cultivator Guda and asked. Ha, because of the cauldron of heaven and earth." Cultivator Guda laughed and said, "Only the cauldron of heaven and earth can do this." Although Spirit Void and the other 2 had already guessed the result, they could not help but feel discouraged when they learned the real reason. At the same time, they looked as if they had suddenly realized something. The cauldron of heaven and earth, no wonder. At this time, cultivator Guda seemed to be more and more complacent. He then asked, "Do you know the origin of these white jade cattail hassock?" Wuxia Laozu of the Taishian sect thought of something and said, "Could it be that the origin of these white jade cattail hassock has something to do with the cauldron of heaven and earth? No, with Taoist ape?" Cultivator Guda glanced at Wuxia Laozu and nodded with a smile. "Exactly. In the cultivation world, it is said that the Tao of formations was passed down to Jiao Daoren, but it is not certain that the 7th patriarch of Heaven Splitter did not have others who know about other Tao formations. Perhaps they were not as proficient as Jiao Daoren, but the spirit-guiding formation left behind by Taoist ape is clearly different from the Dao formation inheritance system in the cultivation world. This is also the reason why White Jade Cattail Hasek has appeared in the cultivation world long ago, but no formation grandmaster has been able to replicate it. Everyone suddenly understood. Wuxia Laozu looked at cultivator Gu Da's proud expression, and his heart thumped. He smiled and said, "In that case, I'm afraid I have to congratulate fellow Taoist Gu and fellow Taoist Shouheng. I'm afraid that not long after we leave the Dao altar world, we will hear about the two of you advancing to the pure yang stage." Shouheng Laozu's face flashed with sadness, but he quickly hid it and said, "My cultivation is not as good as Brother Gu, so I am not qualified to receive this kind of inheritance." Shouheng Laozu saw that cultivator Gu Da was talking excitedly, and was afraid that he would reveal other secrets of the Wuxing school. Although these things could not be carried out without the cauldron of heaven and earth, it was not good to let outsiders know too much. So he said, "Fellow Taoist Lingxiu, didn't I hear that you found a great practitioner from the Qixia sect? The Qixia sect has always been against the spiritual force sect in the cultivation world of Hebei. This is our chance." Since the death of a great practitioner and several Dharma adepts in the Yingyu swamp more than 100 years ago, the spiritual force sect's vitality was greatly damaged, and the plan to advance to a large sect encountered a great setback. Fortunately, the spiritual force sect had a good foundation. Later, with the help of the Taishan sect and the Wuxing school, they quickly recovered. Soon, Lingxiu Laozu advanced to the late Dharma stage, and the spiritual force sect regained the power of a quasi-large sect. However, over the years, in order to prevent the spiritual force sect from advancing to a large sect, the sects in the cultivation world of Hebei secretly formed alliances and constantly fought against the spiritual force sect. The Qixia sect was the leading sect among the sects of various sizes that had formed an alliance in secret, and the great cultivator ancestor Xiamingfu was the only great cultivator of the Qixia sect. Sure enough, Lingxiu Laozu immediately stood up after hearing Shouheng Laozu's words and said, "I almost forgot something important. This Xiamingfu also found the old man at that time. Don't take the opportunity to escape." Shouheng Laozu smiled and said, "It's okay. At that time, Master Lingxiu had already shown weakness and avoided the four of us. I think that Xiamingfu found a place to practice and is not willing to leave easily. We will go around from a distance and surround him from different directions. By the time he finds us, it will be too late." Lingxiu Laozu's face turned red, and he coughed and said, "Great, let's do it. This time, let's see where this old thing can run to. We must make this person live." Under the joint attack of the five people, even though Xiamingfu Laozu was also a great practitioner at the late Dharma stage, he was still captured alive after being seriously injured. Then Lingxiu Laozu smashed the source of the Dharma with a smirk. Even though the five of them were all old demons who were used to killing, it was inevitable that they would be a little uneasy when they saw a cultivator of the same level end up like this. Erase his divine will. Shouheng Laozu turned around and walked out. Lingxiu Laozu had already clenched his teeth and slapped Xiamingfu Laozu's head. Suddenly, he heard Shouheng Laozu exclaim in a low voice, "Oh no, someone is coming!" Lingxiu Laozu panicked, but he still shattered the captured person's divine will with one palm. Xiamingfu, whose face was full of resentment, suddenly became dumbfounded. "Let's go." The five dignified great practitioners quickly left like stray dogs. What the five of them didn't know was that just 2 hours later, another great cultivator from the Hebei cultivation world, who was also a great cultivator from the Qixia sect, who had lost his soul force, and his cultivation base was still there. However, he had already lost his mind and found a few Dharma adepts who had gathered together because of Lu Ping's message charm. The old man went too late. Originally, I thought that Brother Xia, as a great practitioner, should be the safest among us, so the old man informed you in advance. But the old man never thought. A ferocious-looking mid-Dharma old man suddenly stood up and said, "Senior, is it really the five of them?" The great practitioner calmed down and said, "It should be right." In fact, the old man did not discover their identity. At that time, he only touched them with his divine will, and they left in a panic. But there is no doubt that there are 5 of them. Think about it, over the years, more than 10 sects of the Hebei world of practitioners, big and small, have joined forces to fight against the spiritual martial sect, and Brother Xia and the old man are the leaders. If you want to say who hates Brother Xia and the old man the most, it must be the people of the spiritual martial sect. The message talisman said that among the 5 of them is Ling Su of the spiritual martial sect. So it can't be wrong. They really dared to do such a thing in this Tao altar world. At the end of his speech, the great practitioner's face was full of anger. A dignified great practitioner had ended up in such a stupid state. At the very least, the Qixia sect would definitely decline in the future. The ferocious-looking old man from before said, "Despicable. Wuxia school, Taishan sect, and Feiyin Pavilion. Which one of them is not a famous sect in the world of practitioners? Even the spiritual martial sect is a quasi-large sect. I didn't expect them to be so despicable. No, I have to inform all the practitioners in the Tao altar world about this as soon as possible. If everyone joins forces, I don't believe that the 5 of them can overturn the sky." The old man's enraged words immediately caused the cultivators from Hebei to cheer loudly. The great cultivator who brought Xiaomingfu back pondered for a moment before saying, "That's the only way. We're no match for those 5 people." However, the message talisman that I intercepted back then was clearly deliberately leaked by someone. In that case, it's impossible for that person to only send out one message talisman. I presume that many people in the Tao altar have already learned of this matter by now. What we need to do is to bring fellow Taoists Xia along and prove to everyone that the message talisman is absolutely true. Chapter 1355. So for the past 6 months, these 5 people have been very miserable. It was not easy for Yin Tianchu to recount everything that had happened in the Tao altar world for the past 6 months. After all, they are 5 great practitioners. Although the practitioners in the Tao altar world have joined forces, they have their own groups, selfish motives, and suspicions. It is not easy to completely destroy these 5 people. Moreover, after these 5 people realized that things were not going well, they did not dare to act alone. They hid again and again, focusing on escaping. No one can stop 5 late Dharma adepts. Lu Ping nodded. This Tao altar world was not small. If these 5 people had decided to escape, it would not be easy to catch up or kill them. That's right. The other disciples of these 4 sects who entered the Tao altar world are in trouble. Lu Ping was stunned. Only then did he realize that these 4 sects were not easy to deal with. These 5 great practitioners were not the only ones who could enter the Tao altar world. Wuxia school has 4 early and mid-Dharma adepts who entered the Tao altar world. 2 of them have already been destroyed. Only Huo Wuliang and Shui Zhiro managed to escape and meet up with the other 5. I heard that 2 people from the Taishan sect have also been destroyed. They met Xiahou Wushang, and from his tone, it seems that he was soul-searched by Qingli Laozu. I don't know about the people from the Feiyin Pavilion, but I don't think they are any better. But this time, the spiritual martial sect only sent 2 early Dharma adepts, but they were captured by the angry practitioners of Hebei and chopped into human swine. Ha! Lu Ping's eyes widened. That's too much. Human swine. That was a form of torture where one's limbs were chopped off, eyes dug out, ears cut off, and tongue cut off. It was simply inhumane. Yin Tianchu's tone was still calm as he said, I heard that it was done by the only early Dharma adept from the Qixia sect who entered the Tao altar world. Their own Laozu has been destroyed, and it is only a matter of time before the Qixia sect falls. If it were not for the fact that killing in the Tao altar world is equivalent to perishing together, he would have been killed long ago. Lu Ping didn't know what to say. After a while he said, By the way, where are Marshal Uncle Tiancheng and the others now? Yin Tianchu said, He was with the cultivators of the Profound Sky sect. Since something like this happened, all the cultivators who entered the Tao altar world have gathered together. Cultivators and sects who are on good terms with each other have gathered again. Lu Ping nodded and felt relieved, but he still asked in surprise. How did you find this place? Aren't you with Martial Uncle Tiancheng? Yin Tianchu said. I was also suspicious, but I've seen the cloud formed by your sail before. I heard that a great cultivator was openly setting up a formation here to cultivate in seclusion. So I came to take a look out of curiosity. I didn't think it would really be you here. Lu Ping knew that Yin Tianchu rarely liked crowds. Tiancheng, Laozu, and the others were together with the cultivators of the Profound Sky sect. Yin Tianchu was naturally impatient, so he wandered around the Tao altar world alone. Lu Ping thought of something and asked, by the way, did you find the sound stone and have the opportunity to inherit the will of the seventh patriarch? Yin Tianchu turned his wrist, and 2 sound stones, and a jade scroll appeared in his hand. He said, during the process of cultivation, I heard 3 phrases of the seventh patriarch's will, but it was not very useful. It was not very compatible with my cultivation. I did get 2 sound stones, but the will of the seventh patriarch contained in them is not something I can deal with. It's up to you. Oh, by the way, the Jade Scroll also recorded the contents of 4 mantras that Martial Uncle Tiancheng and the others obtained, as well as their respective understandings. Lu Ping took the 2 stones and threw a Jade Scroll to him. He said, I heard 5 mantras, see if they are useful to you. But like you, I only got 2 stones. In fact, Lu Ping had obtained 6 mantras, but the origin of the Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique was a little surprising. Moreover, when Lu Ping entered the Tao altar world, Jiao Doran's will only said the words Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique. Even if he told Jinling and the others, they would be confused, so it was better not to say it. 5 mantras? So many. Lu Ping did not know that 5 mantras could surprise Yin Tianchu so much, so he asked curiously, many? Yin Tianchu rolled his eyes and said, I obtained 3 mantras, which made Martial Uncle Tiancheng and the others, as well as the people from the Heavenly Mystic sect and the Heavenly Moon sect envious. Martial Uncle Tiancheng obtained 2 mantras, Senior Brother Lu and Lady each obtained 1 mantra, which made their trip worthwhile. The mantras of the 7th Patriarch have always been based on luck. It's good enough to obtain 1 or 2 mantras in a year. Even if you're unlucky, it's normal to not hear a single mantra. Among the cultivators from the 3 sects apart from me, only Chao Jianpain obtained 3 mantras. Oh, Lu Ping replied and nodded, not caring at all. Instead, he used his mind to probe the 2 sound-crushing stones that Yin Tianchu had given him. One of the 2 stones should have come from Taoist whose Tao altar, and the other must have come from Jiao Doran's Tao altar. When Lu Ping first got his hands on it, the familiar feeling was enough for him to confirm it. Seeing Lu Ping's calm expression, Yin Tianchu couldn't help but ask, don't tell me you're able to suppress the thoughts in these stones. This is something that most great cultivators can't do. Out of the 3 sound-crushing stones that the Heavenly Xian sect obtained, only one of them was suppressed by Qingli Laozu and obtained the mantras recorded in it. He can't do anything about the other 2. As for the Heavenly Moon sect, 2 of the 4 stones were suppressed, and the 2 great cultivators from the Heavenly Moon sect can't do anything about the remaining 2. Suppressing the thoughts of the 7th Patriarch in the stones still depended on one's strength. However, in the situation where pure Yang cultivators couldn't enter the Tao altar, suppressing the thoughts in the stones could only depend on luck. Lu Ping said casually, I've already erased the thoughts in the 2 stones I obtained. Erased? Yin Tianchu couldn't remain calm again. Suppressing and erasing were 2 completely different concepts. As long as he was with this guy, he felt that his calm mind would always be disturbed by this guy. However, Yin Tianchu quickly became happy and said, suppressing the thoughts inside will allow us to obtain the mantras of the 7th Patriarch. If you can directly erase them, doesn't that mean that we can bring the 2 sound-crushing stones out? Lu Ping grunted and then asked, how many sound-crushing stones do Martial Uncle Tiancheng and the others have? Yin Tianchu said with some regret, only Senior Lu picked up 1. The sound-crushing stones weren't that easy to find. Many of the stones were scattered in the Tao altar world, and some were even buried deep underground. Although the Tao altar world was only a small kiliocosm, it was still extremely vast. No one would dig 3 feet into the ground for the sound-crushing stones that couldn't be brought out of the Tao altar world. The two people from the heavenly profound sect talked as they walked. Unknowingly, the pressure around Yin Tianchu suddenly increased again. His divine thoughts were already compressed to 1/15 of what they were originally. Yin Tianchu then realized and said, "Where are we going?" Lu Ping didn't stop and said, "Let's go to the Tao altar ruins to take a look." Chapter 1356. What's so interesting about the Tao altar ruins? Yin Tianchu asked in confusion. The ruins of the Tao altar were located at the very center of the Tao altar world. Back then, the 7 heaven-splitting patriarchs had erected 7 Tao altars made of 49 gigantic sound divine rocks in the center of the Tao altar world. The 7 heaven-splitting patriarchs had then opened their altars and preached on them. The 49 musical divine stones recorded the contents of the 7th patriarch's lectures. The original intention was that after the 7th patriarch left the Tao altar world, future cultivators could still obtain the inheritance of the 7th patriarch through the musical divine stones. This was originally a good deed of the 7th patriarch to benefit the entire cultivation world. However, after the 7th patriarch suddenly disappeared from the cultivation world, the Tao altar world also suddenly closed. When the pure young cultivators of the cultivation world found a way to open the Tao altar world, the cultivators who entered discovered that the 7 towering Tao altars in the center of the Tao altar world had long collapsed. The shattered musical divine stones were scattered in every corner of the Tao altar world. There was really nothing interesting about the Tao altar ruins. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu looked at the 7 huge pits that were about 20 to 30 feet deep and more than 100 feet wide. There was only soil inside, although the Tao altar had collapsed, and the rubble was scattered in every corner of the Tao altar world. The area near the Tao altar was still the place with the most rubble. The mantra of the 7th patriarch recorded in the stone chiming stones was also blocked by the will of the 7th patriarch. However, the cultivators quickly discovered the wondrous use of the stone chiming stones. Thus, the cultivators of the human and demon races who entered the Tao altar quickly fought over the stone chiming stones. The battle resulted in heavy casualties for both the human and demon races. Furthermore, the place where the Tao altar originally stood had been dug into 7 huge pits, all for the purpose of digging out the rubble that was buried within. However, when the world of the Tao altar closed, and they were about to leave and bring the rubble out of the world of the Tao altar, all the spatial magic items that contained the rubble suddenly exploded. Countless rubble, along with the various cultivation resources, magic treasures, and magic items they had collected in their storage magic items, were scattered in the world of the Tao altar. When they realized that something was wrong, they had already appeared outside the world of the Tao altar. Similar incidents occurred several times during the subsequent openings of the Tao altar. The cultivators of the human and demon clans tried everything they could, but in the end, they were still unable to bring most of the stones out of the Tao altar. The reason why it was the majority was that there were still some gravel that was brought out. However, these gravel had a common characteristic: they did not contain the protective consciousness of the 7th patriarch. Without the protective consciousness, the mantra of the 7th patriarch would naturally dissipate, leaving only a few simple and plain mantras like jade slips. How useful would that be? As for the stone itself, although it was an extremely rare spiritual material in the world of cultivation, this spiritual material itself did not have much use. It was just rare. Even so, the cultivators who entered the world of the Tao altar world still tried to bring the stone out. Even if only the plain content of the 7th patriarch's speech was left, it was still possible to make a set of inheritance out of it. Later on, some cultivators discovered that as long as they suppressed and erased the protective will of the 7th patriarch within the space of the Tao altar, they would be able to bring the gravel out of the space. Although it would lack the artistic conception of the 7th patriarch's speech, they would still be able to bring out the contents of 2 or 3 mantras. However, these people were quickly disappointed. Most of the late Dharma adepts could not even suppress the protective consciousness of the 7th patriarch in the stone, let alone erase it. Even if there was a very lucky cultivator who obtained a stone with a weak protective consciousness, after he finally managed to erase the protective consciousness inside, he sadly discovered that he had accidentally erased the mantras recorded in the stone. Then, what was the use of this so-called divine stone? Was it to be used as an antique, or to be made into a jade scroll? Jade scrolls were like the paper that mortals used. Using the divine stone to make jade scrolls would at most raise the quality of toilet paper to that of rice paper. What was the point of that? Lu Ping looked at the 7 huge pits in front of him and laughed bitterly. There's really nothing to see here. Let's go. When Yin Tianchu saw Lu Ping closing his eyes, he sensed a majestic divine sense surging out from Lu Ping's body and spreading out in all directions. Then Lu Ping suddenly changed directions. He couldn't help but ask, "Where are you going this time?" Lu Ping smiled and said, "You'll know when we get there." After leaving the 7 huge pits and walking east for 4 or 5 miles, Lu Ping mumbled to himself, "It should be around here, but where exactly?" Yin Tianchu asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Without looking up, Lu Ping answered, "Divine stone." The curiosity on Yin Tianchu's face deepened. "You know where they are?" Lu Ping did not answer directly. Instead, he confirmed a place and hit the ground with his palm. Boom! A 3-foot pit instantly formed in the ground. Weeds and dust flew everywhere. At the same time, a fist-sized stone flew out from the pit and rolled to the side. "Hey, there really is one." Yin Tianchu did not see the strange look on Lu Ping's face. He stepped forward and grabbed the stone in his hand. If it was not the divine stone, what else could it be? Yin Tianchu handed the stone to Lu Ping, but saw Lu Ping's face filled with doubt. Yin Tianchu asked, "What? Isn't this the divine stone?" Lu Ping's primordial energy seeped into the stone like a fine mist. Then he nodded and shook his head. "It is, but not this one." This time, Lu Ping didn't wait for Yin Tianchu to ask again. Instead, he slammed his palm into the newly excavated 3-foot hole. A muffled sound rang out, and another cloud of soil sprayed up. The 3-foot hole suddenly expanded to 5 feet in diameter, and the 1-foot depth also expanded to 3 feet. Yin Tianchu said, "There is a divine stone buried underground?" Lu Ping was a little uncertain. "There might be. Let's dig a hole and see." As he spoke, he struck out with his palm again. Yin Tianchu immediately said, "There really is." He reached out and grabbed a stone that was slightly smaller than before from the flying soil. This time, there was no need for Lu Ping to check. Yin Tianchu copied Lu Ping and attached a white icy mist to the stone. Yin Tianchu looked happy. He opened his mouth to say something, but Lu Ping's familiar voice had already fallen into their ears. This is Jiao Dorn's mantra." After the voice finished, the two of them stood there without moving for the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. All their minds were used to comprehend the mantra that Jiao Dorn had said. Lu Ping nodded. "Not bad. Moreover, it is a commentary on the ice dragon race's cultivation method. Although it is only 3 to 5 sentences, you must have gained a lot, right?" Yin Tianchu revealed a rare smile. Then he solemnly said, "I gained a lifetime of benefits." However, Lu Ping soon asked with a strange question, "You suppressed the Jiao Dorn's protective intent in this stone?" Yin Tianchu was stunned. "No, my true essence had just seeped in when Jiao Dorn's mantra sounded." Yin Tianchu once again sent his true essence into the stone, trying to suppress the protective intent in it. But this time, he was unable to suppress the Jiao Dorn's protective intent. Lu Ping thought for a while and said, "Sometimes it really depends on fate." The 4th palm hit. The pit was already 10 feet deep. This time, not only Yin Tianchu, but even Lu Ping was stunned. Because this time, what flew out of the pit was not soil, but a rain of gravel. Walala, 7 or 8 pieces of chiming gravel flew out. Yin Tianchu was dumbfounded. "So many." Lu Ping touched his chin. He also had a look of disbelief. This seems to be a place where someone buried the chiming gravel. We accidentally found it. Someone? Who could it be? Yin Tianchu quickly realized that he had asked a stupid question. The gravel was buried so deep. It was obviously not buried by the cultivators of the Tao Altar's world. It could not even be buried by the cultivators who entered the Tao Altar's world after it opened a few hundred years ago. Then the origin of this pile of gravel was not worth thinking about. In any case, it was undoubtedly a fallen senior cultivator. The two of them hurriedly put away the 8 pieces of gravel. Lu Ping looked at them one by one. His face showed a trace of disappointment. Lu Ping's expression did not escape Yin Tianchu's attention. He asked curiously, "What are you looking for?" Lu Ping's 5th palm hit. A pile of soil flew out. There was not a single chiming gravel. He said, "A very important chiming gravel. When I first entered the Tao Altar's world, I heard a Jiaodaran mantra. The mantra's aura was very strong and gave me great inspiration. It even pointed me in the general direction of the mantra. At first I thought it was the Tao Altar's ruins. But when I got there, I realized that I was slightly off course. So I found this place." As he spoke, the 6th palm hit the pit 10 feet deep. However, there was still no sign of the chiming gravel. Yin Tianchu did not know what to say. He could determine the location of the chiming gravel from the Tao Altar's world. After all, after the collapse of the Tao Altar, he had never heard of anyone using this method to find the chiming gravel. After the 7th palm hit, the pit was 4 feet deep. There was still no gravel flying out. After the 8th palm hit, the pit was 5 feet deep. Yin Tianchu said, "It can't be wrong, right? It's so deep. Who would be so bored to bury the chiming gravel so deep?" However, before Yin Tianchu could finish, Lu Ping suddenly had a happy expression. He jumped to the bottom of the pit. Yin Tianchu bent down to look at the bottom of the pit. He saw Lu Ping squatting down and using his hand to wipe the bottom of the pit. A foot-long broken stone with decorative patterns appeared. If it wasn't the chiming gravel, what was it? "What is this?" Yin Tianchu was naturally not asking about the chiming gravel. He was asking what the gravel was used for on the Tao Altar. Lu Ping did not raise his head. He pondered for a moment before saying, "This is most likely one of the broken stones at the base of the Jiao Daran Tao Altar." Chapter 1357. Looking at the broken stone, Yin Tianchu was a little bewildered and said, "Such a large piece of broken stone. The protective intent of the Jiao Daran wouldn't have increased as well, would it? If you can erase the intent inside and bring such a large piece of broken stone back to the sect, wouldn't it be enough to forge 2 or 3 complete sea bells?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "No, this broken stone will not be used to forge the sea bells. I want to keep this piece of broken stone for myself." Yin Tianchu didn't mind and said, "Then it's up to you. In any case, you discovered it yourself. However, this broken stone really does look like a pedestal that has been smashed. The carvings on the 2 smooth cross-sections are very interesting. Hey, look at the carvings. Doesn't it look like your Dharma idol? But it's really strange. The carvings should look like a true spirit flood dragon. But why does it look so strange?" Yin Tianchu had seen Lu Ping's Dharma idol true body before. Lu Ping nodded and said, "That's not a flood dragon, it's a dragon." "Dragon? What is a dragon? How come I've never heard of it? Is it a type of flood dragon bloodline?" Lu Ping really wanted to say that flood dragon was a type of dragon bloodline, and a low-level one at that. It wouldn't even be recognized by the dragon race. But in the end he explained, the two are of the same origin but different species, just like the ice dragon and flood dragon. Yin Tianchu came to a sudden realization and said, "That's what I said. Since our ice dragon bloodline exists outside of the 7 great heaven-splitting bloodlines, there might be other races that don't belong to the 7 great heaven-splitting bloodlines." In Yin Tianchu's view, Lu Ping's analogy naturally put the dragon in the position of the ice dragon. But Lu Ping was too lazy to explain. These things would only become more troublesome if explained clearly. Yin Tianchu saw that Lu Ping was focusing all his energy on the so-called stone at the base of the Tao altar. So he asked, "Where are we going next?" Lu Ping was trying to use his Jinqi to seep into the stone, but he found that the protective intent contained in this stone was far greater than that of the other stones. Lu Ping estimated that even if he summoned his Dharma idol, he might not be able to suppress the intent within it. If that was the case, it would be a problem for him to take this stone out of the Tao altar world. When he suddenly heard Yin Tianchu's question, Lu Ping was stunned as well, and then he said, "Naturally, we've met up with Martial Uncle Tian Chung and the others." Yin Tianchu asked hesitantly, "You're not going to search anymore? That's 10 sonic shatstones in a short period of time. And it's 11 if you include the one you possess. Coupled with the one senior brother Lu possessed, and the 4 you possess, it's a total of 16 sonic shatstones. If we're able to find another 16, then the sect will be able to refine 4 ocean bells in one go and form a defensive formation, causing its might to multiply. At that time, we wouldn't have to fear the calamity of all heaven." Lu Ping laughed involuntarily and said, "I was just lucky this time. Even I didn't know that this was the place where a senior cultivator buried the sound-crushing stones. If we want to find another place like this, we will need heaven-defying luck. Are we really going to dig 3 feet into this Tao altar world?" Yin Tianchu also felt that he was a little ridiculous. The two of them stopped talking about the sound-crushing stones and began to move towards where Tian Chung, Laozu and the others were. The two of them walked for more than 10 miles, but Lu Ping suddenly stretched out his hand and blocked Yin Tianchu's path. The moment Lu Ping stretched out his hand, Yin Tianchu's entire body began to turn illusory. The two of them cooperated very well. Just now, when Lu Ping scanned the surroundings with his divine sense, an unfamiliar divine sense suddenly retreated as soon as it came into contact with Lu Ping. At the same time, behind a gentle slope a few miles away, an escape light forcefully rose into the sky. That person didn't hesitate to expend a few times more Zhen Yuan than usual to cast a flying escape technique. "Let's go, he has already left. Let's go and take a look." Lu Ping sped up, but Yin Tianchu still did not reveal himself. However, one thing was certain, he was definitely not far away from Lu Ping. A moment later, Lu Ping arrived at the gentle slope and saw a cultivator lying there covered in blood a few hundred feet away. However, from the rise and fall of the person's chest, that person was obviously still alive. Someone was robbed. The void next to Lu Ping fluctuated, and Yin Tianchu returned to his previous indifference. However, from his tone, Lu Ping could tell that he was not surprised at all. "This is not the first time this has happened?" Yin Tianchu nodded and said, "That's right. I was inspired by those 5 people. After the incident of the 5 great cultivators from the 4 sects, including Wuxia school, forming an alliance to sneak attack the enemies of the other sects, the cultivators in the Tao altar world began to gather together. However, there were still many lone cultivators wandering around the Tao altar world to cultivate. As a result, there were many robberies and acts of revenge against these people. Although killing was not allowed in the Tao altar world, the 5 great cultivators, who had been the first to attack, had indeed provided a good idea for these people." Lu Ping walked towards this cultivator and stopped a few feet away from him. The person in front of him was an early Dharma adept, and the person who had escaped after coming into contact with Lu Ping's divine sense was obviously a late Dharma adept. It was no wonder that the person in front of him was so unlucky. Yin Tianchu's voice sounded beside Lu Ping's ear. "Are you going to save him or not?" Lu Ping shook his head and said, "There's no saving him. This person was ambushed from behind and was seriously injured. However, the person who ambushed him was very careful and did not take his life. After that, he forcefully destroyed his divine sense. Even if we did save him, he would still be an idiot. However, it seems that this was the first time the person who ambushed him had done something like this. Or maybe he was just coincidentally discovered by us. He seemed to be in a panic. Although the person's storage instruments were all taken away, a few hidden pockets on his clothes were actually ignored. It seems that this person is really not qualified to be a robber." Yin Tianchu used his divine sense to scan the area and laughed secretly. He said, "A dignified Dharma adept is very likely to be someone who can call the wind and summon the rain in his sect. I'm afraid this is the first time he has done something like this. And from the looks of it, this person must have been born in a famous sect with a long history. If he was a Dharma adept from a small sect, which one of them would not know how to kill and rob? Yin Tianchu deftly lifted the clothes on the unconscious cultivator and took out the items from the hidden pockets. He turned around and saw that Lu Ping had pushed the person's outstretched arm away. It was only then that Yin Tianchu noticed that the person's palm was flat on the ground. Other than the index finger, all 5 fingers were straight. After the palm that Lu Ping had pushed away, the words that were hidden underneath were also revealed. Guangfa Zeng, Lu Ping mumbled to himself. It should be a Dharma adept with the surname Zeng from the Guangfa sect of the South Sea. But I just don't know who this person is. Yin Tianchu threw a token to Lu Ping and said, "Look at this." Lu Ping took the token and looked at it. He immediately frowned and said, "A disciple of the Skyward Pavilion. This person from the Guangfa sect is very bold. He actually dared to make a move on a disciple of the Skyward Pavilion. This matter is a bit unusual." Yin Tianchu said, "This has nothing to do with us. Let's leave this place quickly. If we are seen by others, then we won't be able to explain ourselves." Lu Ping nodded and gently put down the friar's palm to cover the words on the ground. Then, he put the token back into the hidden pocket of the friar's clothes. Only then did the 2 of them leave in a hurry. Chapter 1358. Although the 2 of them left in a hurry, the fact that a great practitioner from the Guangfa sect dared to attack a disciple of the Skyward Pavilion was indeed strange. However, looking at the clumsy performance of this rookie great practitioner, it did not seem like it had been planned for a long time. Instead, it seemed like the great practitioner from the Guangfa sect suddenly had such an idea after the 2 of them met by chance. And so he made his move. Do you have any impression of the great practitioner from the Guangfa sect with the surname Tseng? Although Lu Ping also paid attention to the battle merit ranking of the late Dharma adepts, he only paid attention to those who were ranked at the top. This great practitioner from the Guangfa sect with the surname Tseng was obviously not within Lu Ping's field of vision. Yin Tianchu thought for a while and said, "It should be around the 30s or 40s. I do have some impression of it. If I remember correctly, it seems to be called Tseng Qingshan. Should we expose this matter?" Lu Ping said, "The handwriting on the bottom of the hand is not erased, and the token of the Skyward Pavilion in the secret pocket is not lost either. There is no need for us to say more. Let's see how things develop. However, this matter is very strange. Not to mention the Skyward Pavilion, the Guangfa sect is also a well-known large sect in the South China Sea. Neither of them is something that we can provoke now." Yin Tianchu nodded and threw another piece of broken stone to Lu Ping. He said, "It was found together with the token in the secret pocket. That's strange." Tseng Qingshan remembered to use his divine sense to scan the surroundings. But why did he forget to scan the disciple of the Skyward Pavilion? No matter how amateur he is, as long as he used his divine sense to scan, whether it was the token in the secret pocket or the handwriting on the bottom of the hand, they would most likely not be able to escape. This Tseng Qingshan is really... Lu Ping's expression changed. He kept the piece of broken stone and said, "Do you think someone did this on purpose?" Yin Tianchu was stunned. Both of them did not speak. After a while Yin Tianchu then said, "Who could it be?" Lu Ping shook his head, and Yin Tianchu did not ask any more questions. If this was really the case, did the cultivator who pretended to be Tseng Qingshan from the Guangfa sect find the 2 of them long ago, and purposely stayed there to spread the news through the 2 of them? Or did he stay there to wait for the rabbit, and the 2 of them just happened to come here? Yin Tianchu looked around and said, "We are almost there. Previously, Uncle Tiancheng, and the people from the Tianxian sect, and the Tianyue sect met here. This is weird." Lu Ping looked around and said Lu. Yin Tianchu knew that Lu Ping's divine sense was astounding. The 3 sects meeting point was located at the border of the 3rd layer, where early Dharma adepts would descend, and the 2nd layer, where mid-Dharma adepts would descend. Right now, Lu Ping's divine sense could cover a radius of 20 to 30 miles. Logically speaking, He should have already discovered the three sects' temporary encampment. Could it be that they had something to do and left first? Although Yin Tianchu said this, his figure had already disappeared again. Although Lu Ping did not stop walking, his divine will was constantly sweeping the surroundings, trying to find some clues that the cultivators of the three sects had left behind when they left. Here, Yin Tianchu's voice came from afar. When Lu Ping walked over, he saw an inconspicuous mark on a piece of green stone. It looked like a scratch, and it was the secret seal that Jinling usually used. Yin Tianchu made a few hand seals, and a spiritual light was injected into the secret seal. The secret seal was instantly activated, and a voice left behind by the sealed Tianqing Laozu traveled into their ears. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out that they had found traces of the 5 great cultivators in a corner on the east side of the altar world. The cultivators of the various sects had already headed there, and Tianqing Laozu had left a map that pointed out the direction they had left in. However, just as the two of them were about to leave to chase after Tianqing Laozu, Lu Ping's expression changed. There was a flash of light under Yin Tianchu's feet, and it was an early warning talisman. Yin Tianchu looked down, and his expression changed as well. Early warning talisman, there's an ambush. Almost at the same time, the 5 late Dharma adepts charged into Lu Ping's divine will from different directions, and they flew directly in the direction of Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu. Let's go. Lu Ping pulled Yin Tianchu, who was next to him, and they flew in the same direction. Although Yin Tianchu did not realize that something was wrong, the moment he saw the look on Lu Ping's face, he knew that the situation was serious. Like Lu Ping, he did not care about conserving the inner yuan in his body. After casting the secret technique of concealment, he followed closely behind Lu Ping, and they flew at full speed in the direction indicated by the route that Tianqing Laozu had left behind. 5 great cultivators, and they're coming from different directions. Let's use all our strength to break out of the encirclement. We can't let them surround us. Yin Tianchu nodded to show that he understood, but he asked, is it those 5? How did they manage to set up early warning talismans here? Lu Ping's expression darkened. The cultivators of the various sects had obviously fallen into the trap of these 5 people. As for how these 5 people had found their way here, even Lu Ping himself was not too sure. However, the fact that they were able to accurately set up early warning talismans near the secret Jinling seal that Tianqing Laozu had left behind, and wait for Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu to take the bait meant that they were very familiar with the situation of the Tianxian sect, the Tianyue sect, and the Jinling sect. A frightening thought flashed through Lu Ping's mind. There's a traitor. A ridiculing voice sounded out from behind them, and it said, haha, Lu Tianping. I never expected that it would really be you. You've really worn out iron shoes in search of me. Let me see where you'll run off to this time. Immediately after, a voice that was gnashing its teeth was also heard. Lu Tianping, my senior Han and junior Ho's revenge will fall on you. The old man will definitely make you beg for death today. As soon as the 2 voices faded away, another voice came from behind Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu, who had changed direction and chased after them. Don't say anything more. This person's flying speed is getting faster and faster. At this time, the 5 great cultivators who had surrounded Lu Ping from 30 miles away from different directions realized that Lu Tianping seemed to have noticed them the moment they made their moves. Just when they tried to shrink the encirclement, they found that Lu Ping's flying skill was actually faster than theirs. The encirclement of the 5 people was indeed shrinking, but the distance between the great cultivators from the other 4 directions and Lu Ping was increasing. At this time, the distance between Gu, the great cultivator of Wuxia School, who was coming toward Lu Ping, was shrinking rapidly. Guarding Laozu, who was chasing from the side, soon discovered Lu Ping's intention. When he heard that Lingxiu Laozu and Wuxia Laozu were still talking tough, as if victory was in their grasp, he had to remind them. At the same time, he also warned Gu, who was about to face Lu Tianping, to be careful. However, as soon as guarding Laozu's voice faded away, a mocking laugh suddenly came into the ears of the 5 great cultivators. Do you know the ambush of the 5 seniors is exquisite? and I have indeed fallen into your trap. However, the 5 seniors should not have let Senior Gu rush so fast, so that I can deal with him alone. Chapter 1359. Just as the 5 late Dharma adepts, including Guda, were closing in on Lu Ping and Lu Ping from 30 miles away, they did not expect that Lu Ping's divine will was far stronger than theirs, and could buy him enough distance to break out of the encirclement. What the 5 great adepts did not expect was that Lu Ping's escape technique could be so fast. When Lu Ping chose to rush towards Guda, behind him were Lingxiu Laozu of the spiritual martial sect and Wuxia Laozu of the Taishan sect. However, the distance between the two of them had suddenly widened from 30 miles to 35 miles. On the contrary, Lu Ping and Guda were walking opposite each other. At this time, the distance between them had suddenly shrunk to outside the house, and the two sides were about to meet. Not good, Senior Brother Gu, retreat quickly. As long as the two of them can break out of the encirclement, we can completely surround them. Lu Ping's sneer shocked Laozu, who quickly found a loophole in the encirclement of the 5 people and hurriedly reminded him. Indeed, Laozu saw the crux of the problem at once, but his warning was too late. At this time, the distance between Lu Ping and Guda had already shrunk to a mile, and the two sides were still facing each other. Guda had already reduced his speed to prepare to intercept, but Lu Ping was still moving forward with an indomitable momentum, as if he did not even consider that if he could not break through Guda's obstruction in one move, he would be at the mercy of others. In fact, Cultivator Guda had nowhere to hide at this moment. Looking at the aggressive Lu Ping, he snorted coldly and said, "You want to pass the old man in one move? That depends on whether you have the ability or not." Not only had Guda heard of Lu Ping's abilities, they had even fought against each other before. Although Guda knew that he was no match for Lu Ping back then. That was then, and this was now. Guda had been kidnapped by Wuxia School's secret magic, and as the first candidate to become the pure young cultivator in Wuxia School, his strength was no longer the same as before. Guda was confident that he could stop Lu Ping, and he might even be able to defeat him. However, what he saw was a sneer on Lu Ping's face. A flying sword rose into the sky. Lu Ping waved the flying sword in his hand and shouted, "Magic of Wuxia School." The swords of true cultivation had rapidly improved to the critical point of becoming a pure young cultivator. Heaven-opening swordsmanship. He had forgotten that while he was improving, Lu Tianping of the North Others were also improving. Had mastered a swordsmanship. Lu Ping had been training in seclusion a flying in the world of the Taoist altar for more than half a year. This was not only had he reached the peak of the middle Dharma stage, but he had also mastered his unparalleled swordsmanship from breaking out of the encirclement. The swordsmanship of opening heaven that Lu Ping had obtained had 3 incantations. However, the first was fight, did not shout fight, the second was kill, and the third was die. They represented 3 sets of the swordsmanship of opening heaven. Lu Ping had previously only understood one of the incantations, fight. However, during the half a year of seclusion in the world of the Taoist altar, especially after understanding the root of the Soaring Dragon Galaxy technique, Lu Ping had once again understood the kill incantation of the swordsmanship of opening heaven. The 3 roaring WRMs did not wait to hit Guda, who was already prepared. Instead, they suddenly merged into one in the air. The purple-gold WRM nearly doubled in size. Then, under Guda's fearful gaze, it knocked away the mountain-shaped spirit treasure in his hand and swallowed it in one gulp. Lu Ping followed closely behind, and the purple-gold WRM reformed into a sword of true spirit. Guda, who had already been seriously injured, fell from the sky. However, Lu Ping suddenly said, "Junior Martial Brother Ian, stop." A figure suddenly appeared in the air. The spirit treasure in his hand, the supreme mystery thorn, had just stopped an inch away from the eyeball of the severely injured Gouda and fell from the sky with him. Lu Ping stepped forward and grabbed Yin Tianchu, saying, "You can't kill people in the world of the Taoist altar, go." Yin Tianchu flicked the supreme mystery thorn in his hand and separated the nameless finger with a storage ring on it from Gouda's left hand. He then kicked Gouda, who had already fainted, and his body immediately smashed towards Laozu, who was the first to rush over. Laozu, who had been ready to save Gouda, hurriedly restrained his momentum. His face was bright red, and the real essence in his heart and abdomen was turbulent. He almost suffered an internal injury, but he still caught Gouda safely. Lu Ping seriously injured Gouda with one sword strike, and Yin Tianchu used the unconscious Gouda to stall Laozu, who was close at hand. On the other side, the great cultivator of Feiyun Pavilion, Yuntian Laozu, had slowed down. Although he was still shouting, he was obviously frightened by Lu Ping's power. As for Wuxia Laozu and Lingshu Laozu, who were chasing behind Lu Ping, they had been left far behind by Lu Ping and the others. Now that they saw Lu Ping and Lingshu break out of the encirclement, they did not have the courage to chase after them. The four of them quickly gathered together and looked at the unconscious great cultivator Gu on the ground. The four great cultivators looked at each other, and each of them had a look of dejection in their eyes. Laozu sighed and said, "Hide, in less than 2 months, the world of the Taoist altar will close." The other three Laozu nodded solemnly. They knew that even if they escaped the joint encirclement of the cultivators of various sects in the world of the Taoist altar, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with the aftermath after the world of the Taoist altar closed. They were different from those low-level practitioners who had the opportunity to enter all sorts of secret zones and forbidden grounds to explore. They were different from those low-level practitioners who would kill each other in order to fight for cultivation resources. They were Dharma adepts, and they were the pillars of any sect. They were the ones who could cause chaos and war in the cultivation world. Therefore, when they caused public anger because of some improper planning, they had to pay a huge price to appease the anger of the various sects, and they might even face the danger of being isolated. Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu flew out for nearly 100 miles before stopping. Seeing the strange look in Yin Tianchu's eyes, Lu Ping pretended not to see it and coughed. He said, "What good things are in that Gouda's storage ring?" Yin Tianchu threw the storage ring into Lu Ping's hand. As for the finger, he had already thrown it somewhere along the way. He said, "That person is not dead, I can't open this ring." Lu Ping took it in his hand and looked at it. He said, "Then there's no other way. We can only break it open by force. Hopefully there are some good things left in it." Lu Ping's divine will entered the ring in an instant, suppressing the trace of Gouda's divine will. Then, the inner yuan in his hand surged into the ring, and in an instant, the storage ring exploded. Yin Tianchu was already used to Lu Ping's method of easily shattering the dignity of various late Dharma idol adepts. Instead, he focused all his attention on the various items that had been thrown around after the storage ring exploded, avoiding being cut up by the spatial fragments. He is indeed a great adept from a sacred land. The items in this storage ring have been damaged by the spatial fragments, but there are still so many left. Even someone as cold as Yin Tianchu could not hide his uneasiness after seeing such a rich collection of cultivation resources. However, Lu Ping's attention was on the 2 white jade cattail hassocks and a jade scroll. When Lu Ping accidentally bumped into Gouda, and the others looking for the white jade cattail hassocks in the world of the Taoist altar, they had already found 3. Now there were only 2 white jade cattail hassocks left. The rest might have been broken when the ring exploded. Yin Tianchu saw that Lu Ping had put away the 2 white jade cattail hassocks, and could not help but ask curiously, "What is the use of Wuxia school for collecting these white jade cattail hassocks? The magic of these things seems to only exist in this world of the Taoist altar. Why don't we find a secret place to hide them? In the future, when we enter this world of the Taoist altar again, we can directly use the spirit vein drawn by these cattail hassocks to cultivate. Take a look for yourself." Lu Ping threw the jade scroll in his hand into Yin Tianchu's hand. Yin Tianchu immersed his divine thoughts into the jade scroll suspiciously, and his face soon became solemn. He exhaled and said, I see. I didn't expect that the white jade cattail hassocks were an important part of Wuxia school, to maintain the inheritance of pure yang practitioners. However, without the cauldron of heaven and earth, even if we get the white jade cattail hassocks, it will be useless. Lu Ping smiled and said, Who knows? Maybe it will come in handy in the future. There are still 2 chiming broken stones. This guy seems to have good luck. Hey, this jade scroll should record the incantations of the 7th patriarch collected by the 5 of them. There are actually 8 or 9 incantations. Looking at Yin Tianchu's surprised expression, Lu Ping laughed and said, There are 5 of them. If they exchange the incantations of the 7th patriarch with each other, and if someone is lucky enough to suppress the thoughts of the 7th patriarch in a few broken stones, it seems that they have obtained 8 or 9 incantations. Yin Tianchu nodded and said, But now they belong to us. The 2 of them continued to follow the route left by Tiancheng Laozu to find the practitioners of Tianxian sect and the other 2 sections. However, at this time, Lu Ping separated a part of his divine thoughts and descended into the core space. Linglong, do you remember the secret skills mentioned in it? Lu Ping handed the jade scroll that explained the use of the white jade cattail hassocks to Linglong. Linglong looked at it carefully and said, I seem to have some impression of some of the things mentioned in it, but they are just scattered things. By the way, you should ask the mantis and sister Emoli. When we killed the water ape device spirit, they gained the most benefits. These things must have been remembered by the device spirit of the cauldron of heaven and earth, with its own spiritual essence, and the essence of the water ape device spirit must be with them. Chapter 1360. In fact, Lu Ping was just trying to ask Linglong. Lu Ping had heard from the praying mantis that sometimes it was possible to get a part of the other party's memory by swallowing each other. But most of the time, it was just some scattered things that were not very useful, so Lu Ping did not care too much about it. However, since it involved a shortcut to the pure yang stage, or a shortcut, Lu Ping had to pay attention to it. From the jade slip Lu Ping had obtained, the reason why Wuxia school could ensure that the inheritance of the pure yang cultivators would not be cut off was because of this secret technique that only existed in Wuxia school. If it was possible for Lu Ping to master this secret technique and ensure that there would be at least 1 pure yang cultivator in every generation, then the status of the large Xinling sect would be impregnable. He did not expect that Linglong really had some scattered memories of this under Lu Ping's reminder. This made Lu Ping ecstatic, and he hurriedly asked the Sword of Real Spirit, Emoli. Emoli did not wait for Lu Ping to ask, and had already given Lu Ping all the information about using the heaven and earth wine cauldron to perform the pure yang secret technique. Although it was still scattered, it was obviously more detailed than Linglong's memory. Only the praying mantis is left. It is now with Martial Uncle Jiang. I can only ask it after I leave this Dao altar world. I hope that there are not too many things about this secret technique that are lost. Thinking of this, Lu Ping asked Yin Tianchu, who was beside him, Junior brother Yin, have you found any traces of this white marble futon? Yin Tianchu shook his head and said, 6th brother Lei seems to have one, but this white marble futon is far less useful in the cultivation world than in the Dao altar world. Therefore, many famous sects that can often enter the Dao altar world will hide the white marble futons they have collected in a secret place in the Dao altar world. In this way, the next time they enter the Dao altar world, they can use a spiritual vein to cultivate. This time, you've sent a message to the cultivators in the Dao altar world with the chaos talismans. Almost everyone already knows that the 5 Elements sect has another use for collecting the white marble cattail cushions. So, the person who has the white marble cattail cushions in his possession is even more secretive. The 2 walked for another 10 miles and saw more than 10 rays of light flying over from the horizon. They were the cultivators of the Tianxian sect, the Tianyue sect, and the Xinling sect. Among the 10 rays of light, the one flying at the front was Tiancheng Laozu. Seeing that Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu were fine, Tiancheng Laozu was overjoyed. Behind him, Qingli Laozu and a great cultivator of the Tianyue sect also heaved a sigh of relief. After Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu met the senior cultivators of the two sects, they found another temporary place to stay. The great cultivator of the Tianyue sect asked with a slightly guilty expression, "You two didn't encounter any danger, did you?" Lu Ping asked with a smile. "Are you talking about the 4 sects and 5 great cultivators of Wuxia school?" The great cultivator's face turned pale and he said, "You already know. Sigh. The sect is unfortunate to have such an evil disciple. I'm sorry to have implicated you too." Qingli Laozu, who was standing at the side, asked curiously, "Seeing that you two are fine, could it be that you discovered the plot of the 5 people in advance?" Lu Ping laughed lightly and said, "It's not that we discovered it early, but we broke out before the 5 people formed an encirclement." Yin Tianchu said coldly, "The one with the surname Gu has already been seriously injured by senior brother Lu." Although Lu Ping said it casually, it was needless to say that being surrounded by the 5 great cultivators was a dangerous situation. Even if either of the 2 great cultivators present had been in that situation, they might not have been able to escape unscathed. The fact that the 2 mid-Dharma adepts in front of them could break out without a scratch was enough to make Qingli Laozu and the great cultivator of the Tianyue sect secretly shocked. But Yin Tianchu's words caused the expressions of the two to change. The great cultivator with the surname Gu from Wuxia school broke out of the encirclement after being seriously injured by Lu Ping. Qingli Laozu's face was full of seriousness and he said, "Did Lu Xiaoyu really injure that person?" Lu Ping smiled and did not say anything. The great cultivator of the Tianyue sect seemed to have already believed Yin Tianchu's words and said, "This person is already the first candidate to advance to the pure yang stage in the earth element of Wuxia school. The explosive increase in his strength in this battle of Joshuan Tower can be said to be amazing. I did not expect that Lu Xiaoyu would be able to seriously injure him in front of everyone." Everyone was old and experienced. When Lu Ping and Yin Tianchu mentioned the situation of breaking out of the encirclement, they could more or less reconstruct the situation at that time. They could also guess that the two must have used a time difference to create a partial advantage in breaking out of the encirclement when the two of them joined forces to deal with one person. But this time difference must have been extremely short. In other words, the two of them only had a total of 1 or 2 rounds, but they had succeeded. As for whether it was 1 round or 2 of them that seriously injured a great Dharma adept who was about to step into the pure yang stage, it was no longer important. What was important was that this North Sea Water Sword immortal seemed to have the qualifications to be on equal footing with the many great cultivators in this world of cultivation. Until they walked out of their temporary residence, Tianchu Laozu still had an excited expression. It was clear that he was wild with joy at the strength that Lu Ping had displayed. "Disciple Lu, did you really seriously injure that great cultivator from Wuxia school with 1 move?" Lu Ping looked helplessly at Lu Tianyuan, who was beside him, and said, "Uncle Master, this is the 4th time you've asked me about this." Tianchu Laozu chuckled and said, "1 move, huh? That's the pure yang candidate for the earth element of Wuxia school. The person who inherited the title of Earth Spiritual Son. Even senior brother Jiang doesn't have this ability." Seeing this, Lu Tianyuan quickly changed the topic and said, "Uncle Master, we need to find a secret place first. Didn't junior brother Yin just say that junior brother Lu can suppress the will of the 7th patriarch in the sound-crushed stone? He might even be able to erase it, so we can bring the sound-crushed stone out of the world of the Taoist altar." Tianchu Laozu slapped his forehead and said, Yes, I almost forgot about the important matter. This time, we joined forces with other sects to encircle those 5 people. Although we were lured away from our territory, we still got 2 sound-crushed stones. Oh, and a white jade cattail hassock. I heard you mention in the talisman that Wuxia school is collecting this thing, so I brought it along. It's a pity that we destroyed a spirit vein because of this. Seeing Tianchu Laozu's pained expression, Lu Ping was secretly amused. He wondered how surprised Tianchu would be when he found out the true use of the white jade cattail hassock. Yin Tianchu looked at Tianchu Laozu, and the corner of his mouth twitched. It was obvious that he had thought of this problem. After exchanging a look with Lu Ping, the two of them did not mention this matter again. It was not too difficult to find a secret place in the world of the Tao altar. After all, there were only a total of 150 Dharma adepts in the entire world of the Tao altar. Moreover, because many of them had been turned into idiots by others, the Dharma adepts of the various sects were all very suspicious and had gathered together. Not many people would still wander around the world of the Tao altar at this time. After the 5 Dharma adepts of Jinling found a secluded place, they set up many warning talismans within a 30-mile radius. As a precaution, Lu Ping turned the cloud sail around the station into a protective cloud shield. At the same time, the white jade lotus array was once again melted into the ground. The area within a radius of 1 mile was completely under Lu Ping's control. Let's begin. Tianchu Laozu said to Lu Ping, as he looked at the disciples around him, who had a look of anticipation on their faces. Lu Ping nodded and said, "Although I'm able to suppress most of the will of creation in these rocks, it won't be easy for everyone to hear it. This will depend on luck." Everyone nodded. Seeing this, Lu Ping held a piece of broken rock in his hand. Thick inner yuan gathered in Lu Ping's palm, finally forming a 3-foot dragon that circled around the broken rock. Occasionally, it would open its mouth and spit out invisible flames or 3-colored mist. A deafening roar came from the broken stones. "You don't even understand this? I've told you 3 times. Do you know how to control the fire?" The key to the spiritual fire forging technique is the support of a powerful divine thought. Remember, no matter if you understand it or not, you can't tell that old tortoise. This is my secret technique. If anyone dares to leak it to that old tortoise, I'll smash his skull with my hammer. The violent impact of this divine will made Lei Laolu and Tianchu Laozu pale. Once they heard the middle-aged woman's tiger-like roar, they knew that this person must be Taoist Hu, one of the 7th patriarch of the heaven-opening sect. Lei Di and Tianchu Laozu clearly sensed the will in this broken rock. However, looking at their expressions, it was obvious that this secret technique was not so easy to obtain. Lu Ping looked at Lu Tianyuan and Yin Tianchu, who looked as usual. He could not help but ask, "What's wrong? Didn't you feel anything?" Lu Tianyuan uttered an and said, "Have you suppressed the will inside?" Looking at Lu Ping's expression, and then looking at Tianchu Laozu and Lei Di, who closed their eyes and carefully comprehended, Lu Tianyuan was slightly disappointed and said, "I didn't hear anything." Lu Ping nodded. He did not expect that the first broken rock was actually from Taoist, whose explanation of the spiritual fire forging technique. Although Lu Ping had already mastered this secret technique and successfully used it in alchemy, he still learned a lot from Taoist whose roar. It was a pity that Chun Lian was not here. Otherwise, with Chun Lian's attainments in the craftsmanship of craftsmanship, and what he had learned from studying the method of forging and purification with spiritual fire over the years, he would have made greater progress in craftsmanship of craftsmanship after hearing Taoist whose roar. It was already 4 hours later when Tianchu Laozu and Lei Di woke up from the comprehension. Looking at the broken rock in Lu Ping's hand, they were obviously reluctant to part with it. Lu Ping said helplessly, "We can't take it out of the Taoist altar world without erasing the will inside." Tianchu Laozu waved his hand helplessly and said, erase it, but remember these words. When you go out, write down your own understanding and hand it to the sect. This will be the secret technique of the sect in the future. As for how much the later disciples can comprehend from these literal records, it depends on their own luck. Chapter 1361. The 5 Dharma adepts of Jinling now had close to 20 pieces of the sound-breaking stone in their hands. If this news were to be leaked, it would probably cause a commotion in the world of the Tao altar. However, the number of sound-breaking stone in their hands was not important. What was important was that the adept could suppress the will of the 7th patriarch within the stone, and obtain the mantra of the 7th patriarch within it. For tens of thousands of years in the world of cultivation, it was not that there were no outstanding adepts who could suppress the will of the 7th patriarch within the sound-breaking stone with absolute power in the world of the Tao altar. However, none of them had obtained the mantra of the 7th patriarch within it. However, for someone like Lu Ping to be able to suppress the will of the sound-breaking stone with such ease and obtain the mantra of the 7th patriarch within it was not easy. It was said that Xiao Baiyu had taken advantage of the opening of the Tao altar between the Endless Mountain and the Western Wilderness Demon Clan to forcefully enter the world of the Tao altar as a human adept. In the Tao altar, he had obtained 12 pieces of sound-breaking stone in a row and suppressed the will within 7 of them with his tyrannical power. In the end, he had completely erased the protective will within 4 of them. At that time, many demon adepts had already been shocked by this feat, and no one dared to cause trouble for Xiao Baiyu in the Tao altar anymore. Furthermore, Xiao Baiyu had also used this ability to subdue many demon adepts from the Endless Mountain. It was at that time that the younger brother of the Peacock King, Yang Shouchang, became the best friend of Xiao Baiyu. One had to know that Xiao Baiyu was already a late Dharma adept at that time. He had just killed the pure Yang sword Celestial LV Taiching in the Ziyang Palace, and was at the peak of his fame. However, what was Lu Ping's current level of cultivation? The mid-Dharma stage. Could it be that Lu Ping's current level of cultivation at the mid-Dharma stage was already comparable to that of Xiao Baiyu, who was at the late Dharma stage? Didn't that mean that he now had the strength to kill a pure Yang cultivator? At this time, the 4 Jinling Dharma adepts watched as Lu Ping suppressed the protective will piece by piece, drawing out the 7th patriarch's mantra one by one for the others to comprehend. The few of them had long become numb to it. What's more, as long as someone could perceive each of these mantras, it would take at least 4 to 6 hours to comprehend. If it took too long, it might take 10 to 10 hours, or even a whole day to understand the mysteries of the 7th patriarch's mantra. They really didn't have the time to figure out to what extent Lu Ping's true strength had improved. Lu Ping naturally knew that his own strength was not at such an unimaginable level yet. The reason why he could easily suppress and even erase the protective will in the rubble was not only because his own strength was comparable to that of a late Dharma adept, but also because of his Dharma power of the dragon, as well as the triple light divine water that he had just learned. He could use his own ethereal force to condense the true qi into triple light divine water. The former could easily suppress any protective will belonging to Laozu in the stone fragments, while the latter could completely erase any protective will belonging to Laozu. However, after Lu Ping had consecutively erased the protective will in 3 of the stone fragments, Tiancheng Laozu suddenly thought of something and hurriedly stopped Lu Ping. He said, "Disciple Lu, can you erase the protective will in all of these stone fragments?" Lu Ping was a little confused, but he still said, "I should be able to most of them." Of course, he would not say everything, but this was enough. Tiancheng Laozu looked at the 3 stone fragments that had their protective will erased and regretted it. He said, "Sai, what a pity, what a pity. You just have to suppress the protective will in the next stone fragments and draw out the mantra. Don't erase the protective will in them yet." "Why?" Before Lu Ping could ask, 6th brother Lei, who was beside him, asked, "Aren't we going to bring these stone fragments out? If we don't erase the protective will, how are we going to bring them out?" Tiancheng Laozu pointed at 6th brother Lei and said bluntly, "Are you stupid? As long as we don't erase the protective will in these stone fragments, the mantra of the 7th patriarch can be kept. We can totally exchange the stone fragments with other sects, and then listen to the mantra through disciple Lu." Tiancheng Laozu and 6th brother Lei got along well. Although they had not known each other for a long time, they had a good relationship and did not stand on ceremony when they joked with each other. However, Tianqing Laozu's idea made everyone's eyes light up. The mantra of the seventh patriarch in the stone fragments depended on luck for most cultivators. Not to mention the fact that it was impossible to erase the protective will, even if they could only suppress the protective will and draw out the contents of the mantra. Those great cultivators could only do it from time to time. Moreover, most of the time, it did not work. There were even many cultivators who found that they could not draw out the mantra of the seventh patriarch after obtaining a stone fragment, so they threw it back. Since they could not bring it out, what was the point of keeping it? If they forgot to put it in their storage artifact, and the world of the Tao altar suddenly opened again to summon everyone back, wouldn't their storage artifact explode? This was also why the cultivators in the Tao altar world would usually put the chiming crushed stone in their pockets, instead of putting it in their storage magic artifact. Zhenling's sect had obtained nearly 20 pieces of sound-shattering stones from the Tao altar world. Other sects like Heavenly Profound Sect and Heavenly Moon Sect, who were on good terms with Zhenling's sect, might not have as many as Zhenling's sect, but they would still be able to obtain 7 or 8 pieces. As long as Zhenling's sect could pick out an equal number of sound-shattering stones to exchange with these people, the other sects would naturally not let go of this opportunity. Since it was all about luck, the more the better. The other sects naturally had no reason to refuse. However, what they did not know was that Zhenling had a freak like Lu Ping. In the eyes of others, it was a matter of luck, but for Zhenling, it became a matter of luck. In this way, didn't it mean that the 5 of them could always listen to the teachings of the seventh patriarch, and Zhenling could also obtain many of the contents of the mantra and their own insights? With this thought in mind, everyone became excited. Even Lu Ping regretted not doing this earlier. There were only 40 to 50 days left before the altar's closing. Even if they didn't sleep or rest, it would still take them 6 to 5 hours to comprehend each mantra. How many mantras would they be able to comprehend in the future? Moreover, although it was not difficult for Lu Ping to suppress the intent of the crushed stones, it was still a matter that consumed a lot of true essence and divine sense. Moreover, Lu Ping still had to use some time to erase the protective intent of the crushed stones, in order to smoothly bring these crushed stones out of the Tao altar world. By the time Lu Ping had guided the mantras contained in nearly 20 pieces of musical crushed stones, half a month had already passed. Other than Lu Ping, who could sense all the mantras that he guided out, the one who could sense the most mantras was actually Sixth Lei. This guy had obtained a total of 11 mantras, while Yin Tianchu had only sensed 10. Tianqing Laozu had obtained 8, and Lu Tianyuan had only obtained 7. Even so, this was already a storm of mantras for the 4 of them. Everyone spent 3 days to carefully organize the insights that they had obtained from the crushed stones. Then, they hurried back to the Profound Sky sect and the Heavenly Moon sect's encampment with more than 10 pieces of musical crushed stones, preparing to exchange with the crushed stones that the 2 sects had obtained. Chapter 1362. After hearing Zhenling's intentions, Qingli Laozu from the Profound Sky sect naturally would not refuse. Zhenling naturally would not tell them that he had nearly 20 sound-crushing stones in his possession. However, when Qingli Laozu saw the 10 sound-crushing stones that Tianqing Laozu took out, he was shocked. This was because the Profound Sky sect clearly had more cultivators than Zhenling, but they only had 7 or 8 sound-crushing stones in their possession. With Lu Ping this killing machine, Tianqing Laozu naturally would not fuss over this matter. He very generously exchanged the 10 sound-crushing stones with the Profound Sky sect. However, he made it clear that he would exchange them back after using them. Zhenling still wanted to use them to exchange with other sections. Trying one's luck with 10 sound-crushing stones was always better than trying one's luck with 8 sound-crushing stones. The Profound Sky sect naturally agreed, since they had gotten the benefits for free. Zhenling was also happy to silently make a fortune. This continued for 6 or 7 days. Tianqing Laozu was a bit dispirited when he exchanged for the sound-crushing stones from the Profound Sky sect. When Qingli Laozu found out that only 3 of Zhenling's people had sensed one mantra, while the profound sky sex cultivators had sensed 3 mantras from the 10 sound-crushing stones they had left behind. Tiancheng Laozu was even more dispirited. Qingli Laozu even comforted him, saying that it was all due to luck. In reality, the reason why Tiancheng Laozu was dispirited was because out of the 8 seventh patriarch mantras that Lu Ping had guided, Tiancheng Laozu had only sensed 3 of them. This was the least out of the 4 people. However, Zhenling still used these 10 sound-crushing stones to exchange for 6 more sound-crushing stones from the Heavenly Moon sect. 5 days later, Tiancheng Laozu excitedly exchanged for these 10 sound-crushing stones from the Heavenly Moon sect. He told the Heavenly Moon sect that they had sensed 2 mantras from the 6 sound-crushing stones, while the Heavenly Moon sect had only sensed 2 mantras from Zhenling's 10 sound-crushing stones. However, the truth was that Tiancheng Laozu had sensed 4 of the 6 sound-crushing stones from Lu Ping. This was the most out of the 4. However, after hearing that Tiancheng Laozu had exchanged for 6 sound-crushing stones from the Heavenly Moon sect, Qingli Laozu had brought the 8 sound-crushing stones that he had collected. Inspired by Zhenling, they exchanged with the Heavenly Moon sect again, hoping that they would be able to encounter a few opportunities. The continuous storm-like sound-crushing stones not only gave everyone an understanding of their cultivation, but after their minds were continuously attacked by the will of the 7th patriarch, the cultivation of Tiancheng Laozu and the other 3 sound-crushing stones had increased significantly. Only Lu Ping's sound-crushing stones was too strong, so the benefits that the sound-crushing stones brought to him were negligible. After exchanging the sound-crushing stones with the Heavenly Xian sect and the Heavenly Moon sect, a month had passed. In the remaining 10 days, Zhenling did not try to contact the cultivators of the other sects to exchange sound-crushing stones. Instead, he began to make preparations to leave the world of the Tao altar. In reality, in these last 10 days, the will of the 7th patriarch, who was attacking the sound-crushing stones in the Tao altar, seemed to be much stronger than before. Even the people in the Tao altar could occasionally sense the will of the 7th patriarch. Lu Ping alone had sensed 4 wills, while Tiancheng Laozu and the other 3 had also gained something. Although these 10 days were used to consolidate their understanding of their cultivation, it was also the last opportunity for them to cultivate. In reality, other than Yin Tianchu, who had just advanced to the mid-Dharma stage, the other 4, including Lu Ping, had already reached the limit of their own cultivation. Other than Lu Ping, who had the help of his powerful divine will, who could still suppress the aura around him, if the other 3 were to leave the world of the Tao altar, they would probably summon the Thunder Trial at the first instance. The reason why they did not try to exchange for more sound-crushing stones in this last period of time was that they had to focus all their attention on suppressing their own aura, hoping that they would not attract the Thunder Trial once they left the world of the Tao altar. Although with their current strength, they had a 70 to 80% chance of surviving the Thunder Trial, even if they did not make any preparations. No one was willing to risk their lives if they made extra preparations to increase their chances of success by 10 to 20%. After Lu Ping suppressed and erased the protective will in all the sound-crushing stones, he focused all his remaining energy on the broken stone that was a foot square at the base of the Tao altar. Although the sound-crushing stones did not mean that the larger they were, the richer the contents of the mantra, and the stronger the protective will. However, the protective will in this broken stone was beyond Lu Ping's expectations. Other than the reminder that Lu Ping had given Lu Ping when he entered the world of the Tao altar, which allowed Lu Ping to confirm that this was the broken stone, Lu Ping had spent 3 whole days trying to suppress Jiao Doran's will in this broken stone, but he had not succeeded. It was not that he could not suppress the protective will in the broken stone, but that Lu Ping could not find the location of Jiao Doran's protective will in the broken stone at all. If it was not for the fact that Lu Ping had a mysterious connection with this broken stone, he would have suspected that the mantra that justified his cultivation method really came from this broken stone. Lu Ping simply stopped using his quintessential essence. Instead, he sat cross-legged in front of the broken stone, and closed his eyes to rest. Only Lu Ping would be so crazy to use his quintessential essence to refine this broken stone for 3 consecutive days. However, even Lu Ping felt a little tired after using his quintessential essence for such a long time. Even so, Lu Ping kept using his quintessential essence to capture the mysterious connection with this broken stone during the process of recovering his quintessential essence. As a result, Lu Ping's thoughts became clearer. Come out. Why? Do you want me to smash you in a fit of anger? Lu Ping actually spoke to the broken stone. However, this was a stone after all. How could it communicate with a human? However, a mischievous smile appeared on Lu Ping's face. His left thumb and index finger suddenly touched the neck of the dragon relief carved on the smooth surface of the broken stone, and suddenly squeezed. The dragon relief sculpture suddenly seemed to come to life. It suddenly struggled on the surface of the broken stone, trying to break free from Lu Ping's grasp. However, Lu Ping seemed to have predicted that it would struggle. His 2 fingers strangled the relief sculpture's neck, and did not loosen his grip at all. What's wrong? Are you not going to hide or pretend anymore? Kid, who are you? How did you manage to cultivate the soaring dragon galaxy technique? A flustered and exasperated voice suddenly came out of the dragon relief's mouth. Hurry up and let me go. If it were not for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't even know the name of your cultivation method. Chapter 1363. Lu Ping looked at the dragon-shaped relief in his hand and asked with a smile, Are there many like you in this Tao altar world? Many? You must be joking. When the dragon-shaped relief saw that it couldn't break free from Lu Ping's 2 fingers, it stopped moving like a dead loach. However, it said proudly, I can't say that I'm the only one, but I'm definitely the one who's still alive. Lu Ping frowned and said, Alive? What do you mean? The dragon-shaped relief shook its head and said, In the past, I could still feel an aura similar to mine in this world. But now it's gone. Where did they go? They melted away. Anyway, they can't leave this world. Once they leave, they must erase the protective intent in the stone. A large part of our existence is due to the protection of these intents. Since we're erased, we naturally don't exist anymore. When Lu Ping saw that it had become obedient, he retracted his 2 fingers and asked, What kind of existence are you? Dragon? Artifact spirit? Spirit demon? The dragon-shaped relief shook its head as if Lu Ping had just squeezed its neck to the point of pain. It then said, I don't know what kind of existence I am. If it's a spirit demon, I can't seem to escape this broken stone. If it's an artifact spirit, without the nourishment of true essence, I've long been muddle-headed. How could I clearly remember everything since I gained consciousness? As for dragons, don't joke around. Even Jiao Daoren, who gave me existence, isn't a dragon. You know quite a lot. The dragon-shaped relief ignored Lu Ping's suspicions and said directly, My existence should originate from the intent sealed in this broken stone, which is Jiao Daoren's intent. However, after I completely gained consciousness, this Tao altar world has become like this. I've been buried in the soil that you dug out. I don't know what happened in the Tao altar world, or how I was buried in the soil. After my consciousness appeared, this world has been opened dozens of times. After listening to your stories, I naturally understood many things about you existences. Lu Ping nodded and said, What do you intend to do? Do you still want to keep you in this world? The dragon-shaped relief said, What are you staying here for? Waiting to die? I'm just an existence condensed from a Jiao Doran's mantra intent. Even though I possess a consciousness of my own, I'm confined within this rock, and along with the wear away of time, I'll still slowly die. Otherwise, why would I give you a reminder when you've just entered the world of the Tao altar? Lu Ping was surprised. You want me to bring you out of the Tao altar world? I was even more afraid that you would kill me as soon as you appeared. So after I guided you to the broken rock where I was hiding, I hid my existence. I didn't expect that you would still find me in the end. Don't we have to erase the will in the gravel to bring it out of the Tao altar world? If that's the case, how would you still be alive? Lu Ping asked in puzzlement. You can do it, and only you can do it. The dragon-shaped relief could only appear on the surface of the broken rock, but Lu Ping could hear the solemnity in the relief's tone. You cultivate the orthodox cultivation method of Jiao Daoren, and the Dharma form in your body is even more similar to a true dragon than Jiao Doran's true spirit body. In other words, it's more similar to my relief body. But more importantly, your divine sense is closer to a divine dragon than your bloodline and Dharma form. It's even like a divine dragon's divine soul. Although I don't know how you understand the divine dragon true body so well to be able to condense such a similar Dharma form. This is your own secret, and I don't want to know. But I only know that with your current condition, you can completely refine this broken rock and keep it as a magic weapon for yourself. In this way, you can bring this broken rock out of the Tao altar world. Refine it as a magic weapon? Lu Ping laughed and said, previously, I used my true essence to refine it for 3 days, but I didn't see the slightest trace of refining. The dragon-shaped relief said angrily, you call that refining? You're simply trying to take my life, so I naturally have to hide far away. But if you have my cooperation, you can naturally refine this stone smoothly. It sounds like you're more like an artifact spirit. You can completely see me as an independent artifact spirit that can maintain its spirituality without the nourishment of a cultivator's true essence. If you let me refine you now, doesn't that mean that your life and death will be in my hands? At that time, everything you control will be known by me, and you will have no bargaining chips to speak of. If I really have evil intentions during the refining process, you can only vanish into thin air. The dragon-shaped relief laughed bitterly and said, do you think that staying in this Tao altar world, my consciousness will not dissipate? So I can only bet on your character. Lu Ping smiled slightly and said, as you wish. Lu Ping placed his palm on the broken stone, and a rich true essence was released from his hand. Then it completely seeped into the broken stone. The entire broken stone was dyed blue and purple by Lu Ping's true essence. A loud bang exploded in Lu Ping's mind. Soaring Dragon Galaxy Technique. Lu Ping's expression showed a trace of pain, but his palm was still tightly pressed on the broken stone. The whole process lasted for about an entire day before Lu Ping's expression gradually eased. However, he did not wake up because of this. Instead, he once again fell into seclusion. There was only a day left before the Tao altar world closed. At this time, Tian Cheng Laozu and the others all gathered outside the place where Lu Ping was cultivating. Martial uncle, there are only a few hours left. Do you think we should wake junior brother Tianping up? Lu Tianyuan asked. Tian Cheng Laozu shook his head and said, there's no rush. I think this kid must have gained something again. Anyway, there are still a few hours left. It's good to let him comprehend for a while more. We will wait here to protect him. With a trace of worry on his face, Lu Tianyuan said, Martial uncle, the battle between Skyward Pavilion and Guangfa sect is nearby. Once it spreads here, I'm afraid it'll be too late for us to leave. Tian Cheng Laozu raised his head and looked dozens of miles away. Half of the sky there was already dyed with all kinds of spiritual lights and colors brought about by various spells. From time to time muffled sounds could be heard. Lady said strangely, I don't know what's wrong with Guangfa sect and Skyward Pavilion. Just when the Tao altar world is about to close, such a thing actually happened. What's even stranger is that the other 3 major sects of the South Sea actually stood on Guangfa sect's side this time and fought against Skyward Pavilion together. Tian Chu suddenly opened his mouth and said, The people from Guangfa sect crippled a disciple of Skyward Pavilion in the early stage of discovery. Unfortunately, they did not do it quickly and gave the cultivators of Skyward Pavilion something to use against them. This matter became the fuse of the confrontation between the two sections. Everyone looked at Yin Tianchu with some surprise, but they did not ask him how he knew about it. Lady was obviously not very clear about the situation of the overseas cultivation world. Upon hearing what was said, he said, "The key thing is, how did the four major sects of the South Sea have the courage to join forces to fight against Skyward Pavilion this time?" Tiancheng Laozu said, "This is not strange. The four major sects of the South Sea were originally big sects that originated from the Middle Earth. They always wanted to return to the Middle Earth. This is not a secret in the cultivation world. Moreover, Skyward Pavilion is located at the southernmost part of the Middle Earth, above the estuary of Qingming River. It is the biggest obstacle for the four major sects of the South Sea to return to the Middle Earth. The relationship between the two parties was originally not good, but Skyward Pavilion is one of the 6 sacred grounds. In the face of such a strong sect, the four major sects of the South Sea had no choice but to maintain an alliance. Skyward Pavilion stopped the four major sects of the South Sea from spreading their forces deep into the Middle Earth's cultivation world. This is understandable, but how can the four major sects of the South Sea be compared to Skyward Pavilion? How could they have the courage to join forces to fight against it? Lady's words also made Tiancheng Laozu a little surprised. Only now did he realize that no matter what, the four major sects of the South Sea were able to stand out and fight against Skyward Pavilion this time. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little unexpected. It's the Bagui clan. Lu Ping came out from his seclusion. Seeing the joy on everyone's faces, he nodded at everyone and said, "The reason why Skyward Pavilion is guarding the estuary of Qingming River is not only to defend against the demon race of the Endless Mountain, but also the Bagui clan of the South Sea. That is a power that can truly rival a sacred ground. Since the four major sects of the South Sea dared to provoke Skyward Pavilion, I'm afraid the problem lies with the Bagui clan of the South Sea's cultivation world." Lu Ping's coming out of seclusion made everyone feel relieved. However, Tiancheng Laozu still asked curiously, "The Bagui clan? Doesn't this clan always stay in a corner of the South Sea's cultivation world and rarely stir up trouble in the cultivation world?" Lu Ping said, "I'm afraid only the Bagui clan knows about this." Lu Ping's coming out of seclusion freed Jinling and the others from their restraints. The 5 of them left their seclusion grounds. The world of the Tao altar was about to close, so they needed to find a safe place and focus on leaving this place. At this moment, in Lu Ping's core space, the broken stone was currently sinking to the bottom of the suspended sea formed by the triple light sacred water. The dragon Dharma power was currently circling around the broken stone curiously. From time to time, it would look at the dragon-shaped relief on the broken stone wall with its huge eyes. Clearly, this object that was extremely similar to the dragon Dharma power had aroused its interest. At this moment, in the sky above the broken stone, the pure young pearl was floating in the center of the triple light sacred water. The 9 leaves of a mature 5 elements samling leaf were currently shining with different lights. Layers of mysterious brilliance were emitted from the leaves of the 9th sister, which then seeped out from the pure young pearl and finally melted into the seawater formed by the triple light sacred water. A loud sound came from the sky, and a huge spatial passageway gradually opened. Lu Ping and the others felt the spatial imprint on them disappear, and they suddenly disappeared from the world of the Tao altar. Chapter 1364. The space tunnel of the Tao altar's world was slowly closing, and Lu Ping's divine will was like a flood that had suddenly broken through a dam, rushing out in all directions. "Ah!" A scream came from a few dozen feet away from Lu Ping. Lu Ping opened his eyes, and before he could figure out where he was, a pair of flying swords had already shot out in the direction of the scream. An early Dharma adept had just come out from the Tao altar's world when he felt a wave of divine will rush towards him, as if the Milky Way was descending. The adept instinctively gathered his divine will together in an attempt to resist the impact of this wave of divine will. However, the result was obviously very tragic. Just as he fell to the ground, holding his head, from the corner of his eye, he saw a flash of sword light coming towards him. My life is over. Just as the early Dharma adept was about to give up all hope, the excruciating pain that would have caused him to sink into the depths of the abyss did not appear, and the impact from the divine will gradually disappeared as well. The adept raised his head and looked in the direction of the source of the impact, but there was no one there. In the instant that Lu Ping's divine will swept out in all directions, he already knew that he was currently on the west side of West River. He was quite a distance away from the previously agreed meeting place, on the south side of the Qingming River. Lu Ping's divine will transformed into a stream of light in the sky, and then disappeared into the clouds, rushing towards the agreed meeting place with Jiang Tianlin, before entering the Tao Altar's world. In the desert of West River, the faint sounds of various battles could be heard. The opening and closing of the Tao Altar's world was randomly set when the adepts entered and exited it. The reason why the pure young adepts who opened the Tao Altar's world did so was to prevent large-scale battles between sects due to personal grudges. But even so, it was inevitable that adepts who had personal grudges would coincidentally bump into each other. As a result, battles were naturally inevitable. However, at this time, as long as the scale of the battles did not expand, there would often be pure young adepts who would step in to stop them. In the past, this might have been useful, but this time, it was hard to say. Not to mention the storm caused by the 5 great adepts from the 4 sects. If the 4 sects of the South Sea joined forces with the Skyward Pavilion, the sects of the human race had lost the external threat of Mara's army that was attacking the 9 mystical tower. This time, internal strife seemed to have arisen too quickly and violently. Even if pure young Laozu stepped in to stop such a large-scale conflict, he might not be able to stop it in a short period of time. This was also the reason why Lu Ping was in a hurry to meet up with Jiang Tianlin. Because Zhenling was going to be promoted to a large sect, he would definitely have many enemies in the dark. Moreover, Lu Ping had offended many people in the Central Plains, so it was hard to guarantee that no one would take advantage of the chaos to attack Zhenling at this time. However, the more one wanted to avoid something, the more it would find its way to you. Just as Lu Ping was trying to use the clouds to cover his divine will and rush to the agreed meeting place, he suddenly found that the clouds around him were covered with a layer of black fog, and there were even flashes of lightning from time to time. Lu Ping hurriedly stopped his divine will, and even descended from the clouds in a panic. He thought to himself, "Oh no, I forgot about this." The world of the Tao Altar was full of spiritual qi, and there was also the enlightenment of the 7th Patriarch's mantra after a chance encounter. Moreover, the cultivators who could enter the world of the Tao Altar were the best among the cultivators of the same level. With so many reasons, this 1 year of seclusion was enough for many cultivators to push their cultivation to the peak of their realm, and they were only missing the Thunder Tribulation. In the world of the Tao Altar, cultivators naturally would not easily attract the Thunder Tribulation. Moreover, because the Thunder Tribulation in the minor Kiliacosm was weak and slow, cultivators only needed to try their best to restrain their aura, and naturally, they would not attract the attention of the Thunder Tribulation. However, all of this often changed after the cultivators returned to the world of cultivation. The Thunder Tribulation in the world of cultivation was much more sensitive to the cultivation aura of the cultivators than in the world of the Tao Altar. Many cultivators who had reached the peak of their realm often had too strong a foundation. They could restrain their aura in the minor Kiliacosm, but when they returned to the world of cultivation, they could not hide their aura from the Thunder Tribulation. Therefore, every time the world of the Tao Altar closed, many of the returning cultivators would attract the Thunder Tribulation because they could not restrain their aura. This was also one of the reasons why the pure young Laozu had randomly summoned everyone to different corners of the desert in the West River land. This was to prevent the moment when a cultivator attracted the Thunder Tribulation, he would also attract other cultivators. At this moment, In front of Lu Ping, there was obviously a cultivator who attracted the thunder tribulation as soon as he left the world of the Tao altar. Lu Ping looked at the scene in front of him. It seemed that this was a mid-Dharma stage cultivator who had summoned the second thunder tribulation. When a cultivator went through the thunder tribulation, the area within a few miles would be the area where the thunder tribulation would gather. For someone like Lu Ping, who was also at the peak of the mid-Dharma stage and could summon the thunder tribulation at any time, he would naturally stay away from such a scene. Lu Ping did not want to advance to the late Dharma stage now. Lu Ping worriedly took a big detour and continued to head towards the shore of the Qingming River. Among the 5 people Zhenling had brought into the Tao altar this time, other than Lu Ping, who could use his powerful divine will to forcibly restrain his aura, and Yin Tianchu, who had just advanced to the mid-Dharma stage less than 2 years ago, did not need to worry about attracting the attention of the thunder tribulation. The other 3 people, Tiancheng Laozu, Lu Tianyuan and Lei Laolu, were all at the peak of the early Dharma stage and could summon the thunder tribulation at any time. If the 3 of them could not restrain their aura after leaving the Tao altar and attracted the thunder tribulation, it would be fine. But if they failed because they were in a hurry, it would be terrible. When Lu Ping turned around the area where the thunder tribulation was, he could not help but stare at the pitch-black thunder tribulation clouds in the sky in front of him. There was actually another person who had attracted the thunder tribulation. Lu Ping turned around and looked around, his eyes flashing with green and red light. Only then did he stare in shock at the sky above the West River land. There were actually 5 or 6 pitch-black thunder tribulation clouds of various sizes. And this was only the area that Lu Ping could see. In the entire West River land, how many people would trigger their own thunder tribulations as soon as they left the Tao altar's world? And in the end, how many people would be able to survive the thunder tribulations? When Lu Ping reached the shore of the Qingming River, Lu Tianyuan had already met up with Jiang Tianlin. When he came out of the Tao altar, he was coincidentally on the south side of the West River land, not too far from Jiang Tianlin. However, the moment Lu Tianyuan came out of the Tao altar's world, it was quite a test for him. He could clearly sense that there were thunderclouds gathering above his head at that time, and it scared him so much that he hurriedly withdrew his aura. Fortunately, Jiang Tianlin and Laozu discovered him in time and took the risk to help him conceal the surging aura around his body. Only then did they break free from the threat of the thunder tribulation clouds. When the 2 saw Lu Ping, they also felt relieved. Lu Ping didn't ask about the others first. Instead, he looked at the 4 core forging cultivators behind them, frowned and said, "Why is one missing?" Zhenling had a total of 5 core forging cultivators who entered the 3 secret realms. In addition to the late core forging 3rd generation disciple, Wu Xianren, there were 4 middle core forging 4th generation disciples. Lu Ping's 2 disciples, Wang Xuanqi and Du Xianluo, were also among them. However, at this time, there were only 4 core forging cultivators behind Jiang Tianlin and Laozu. In addition to Wu Xianren, who had successfully promoted his cultivation to the 9th layer, Wang Xuanqi and another 4th generation disciple, Qi Xianzhang, had simultaneously broken through the shackles of the middle core forging stage and promoted their cultivation to the 7th layer. Lu Ping's other disciple, Du Xianluo, had also promoted his cultivation to the 6th layer. But now there was one less core forging cultivator. Obviously, he had fallen in the 3 secret realms. If Lu Ping remembered correctly, that disciple should also have a cultivation of the 6th layer. Just like Wang Xuanqi and Qi Xianzhang, he was one of the best among the 4th generation disciples of Zhenling. When Wang Xuanqi heard his teacher's question, he lowered his head and said, "Senior brother Lin has fallen in the secret realms." Lu Ping raised his eyebrows and said, "Do you know who killed him?" Wang Xuanqi said, "It was the Songhai sect and the Taishan sect. The 3 of them besieged senior brother Lin. When we arrived, senior brother Lin could not be saved." A sharp glint flashed across Lu Ping's eyes as he asked, "Do you still remember who those people are?" Wang Xuanqi raised his head and said, "Reporting to master, those 3 people have been killed by our disciples." After that, we killed 2 more Taishan sect cultivators, and did not reveal our identities. Lu Ping nodded in satisfaction, and turned to Jiang Tianlin and Laozu. Uncle, this Songhai sect should be destroyed. Jiang Tianlin nodded and said, but now we need to slow down. Our sect is now at the critical juncture of becoming a large sect. All the sects in the world of cultivation are eyeing us covetously. We must not be too arrogant. Wait until you reach the late Dharma stage. Lu Ping thought for a moment and finally nodded. He raised his eyes to look into the distance and said, Junior brother Tian Chu has returned. As soon as Lu Ping's voice fell, Yin Tianchu's figure landed in the clouds a few dozen feet away. He said, it's chaotic, we have to leave as soon as possible. Jiang Tianlin's expression was a little worried, as he looked at the lightning tribulation clouds and chaotic battles that filled West River. He said in a low voice, Junior brother Tiancheng and Lady have yet to return. We will continue to wait. Yin Tianchu nodded, and after saying goodbye to everyone, he disappeared again. Lu Ping knew that he was now cruising around the periphery of the group, observing the situation in West River. After about half an hour, there was a flash of lightning in midair, and Lady's figure appeared from the lightning shield. He said, the 4 sects of the South Sea and the people from the Skyward Pavilion are fighting. The practitioners of the 4 sects of the South Sea killed 2 Dharma adepts of the Skyward Pavilion and turned to flee. It is said that the pure yang of the Skyward Pavilion was furious and personally went after them. Jiang Tianlin nodded and looked even more worried. At this time, even if there were thunder tribulations and chaotic battles, and even if Ancestor Tiancheng came out of the Taoist altar world from the north of the land of Hushi, which was the furthest from here, he should have arrived at this time. Chapter 1365. Another 30 minutes passed. 6 hours had passed since the Taoist altar had closed. Tiancheng Laozu had yet to return. Either he had encountered an enemy, or he had triggered the thunder trial, and was currently undergoing his first thunder trial. Lu Ping turned around and said, "Uncle Master, I'll go and receive him." Jiang Tianlin stopped him and said, "Let me go. Your current level of practice is already at the peak of the mid-Dharma stage. If you trigger the thunder trial, it won't be good." Just as the two of them were about to argue, Yin Tianchu suddenly sent a message. He said, "Uncle Master Tianqing is back, but the situation doesn't look good." The two of them were stunned and became alert. Jiang Tianlin handed the pure yang spiritual treasure to Lu Ping and instructed Lu Tianyuan and Lei Di to protect the four core forging adepts as they retreated. Lu Ping did not hesitate either. Although the pure yang spiritual treasure could not appear at the moment, if it was really a matter of life and death, he could not care less about these things. The two of them made their own preparations and set off to receive him. After walking for a few miles, they realized that Tianqing Laozu did not seem to be heading in the direction that they had agreed on. Instead, it seemed like he was going in the opposite direction, as if he was purposely leading someone away from the place where the Jinling disciples were gathered. Both of their hearts sank, but they still followed the direction that Tianqing Laozu had left in. They saw that Yin Tianchu had already received Tianqing Laozu. At this time, Tianqing Laozu's body was filled with pure yang aura. It was obvious that he had already passed his first thunder trial and was now at the mid-Dharma stage. Seeing that Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin had come to receive him, Tianqing Laozu yelled, "Go, don't worry about me. The people from Wuxia School are behind us." Not only did Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin not turn around, but they also sped up to Tianqing Laozu and prepared to leave with him. Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin could both see that Tianqing Laozu had passed his first thunder trial in a hurry. Although he had received pure yang aura after the thunder trial, and the heavenly flower due to nourish his injured body, his injuries were still very serious. After the thunder trial, he had been chased by the Wuxia School, so his pure yang aura had probably not been completely refined yet. If the people from Wuxia School had chased after a few great cultivators, Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin would not have cared. As long as they were not surrounded by the cultivators from Wuxia School, 2 or 3 great cultivators would not be able to do anything to Jinling. Seeing that Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin were still coming to receive him, Tianqing Laozu looked a little anxious. However, before he could explain further, Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin had already reached him. Tianqing Laozu then said, "There is a great cultivator from Wuxia School, and 2 mid-Dharma adepts following behind us." After being discovered by the old man, they were not in a hurry to kill them. They were fishing and looking for you. After the old man discovered them, he purposely led them away. "Why did you still come after us?" Lu Ping raised his eyebrows and said, "There is only 1 great cultivator and 2 mid-Dharma adepts. There are only 3 of them." Tianqing Laozu said, "I could only discover these 3 people." Tianqing Laozu's words made Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin frown. Then they heard an angry laugh coming from the sky. Good. Jinling Lu Tianping. You actually dared to attack a great cultivator from your own sect. You really deserve to die." Lu Ping's expression changed instantly. A thick pure yang qi suddenly exploded above everyone's heads. Even the traces of thunder calamity qi in the clouds were pushed away by the pure yang qi. It's a pure yang adept, the pure yang Laozu of Wuxia School, with Spirit Sun. Haha, you actually know the old man fine. Today I'll let you die knowing the truth. The clouds in the sky shook and condensed rapidly. A huge palm gradually formed, and then came crashing down on top of everyone's heads with a whistling sound. Lu Ping shouted, "All of you run. He's coming for me." When Lu Ping was surrounded by Great Cultivator Gu and 4 other great cultivators in the Taoist altar world, he managed to severely injure the first pure yang candidate of Wuxia School's earth elemental lineage, Great Cultivator Gu, when he broke through the siege. Although his cultivation could still recover after that, his original hope of advancing to the pure yang level had been shattered. Moreover, Lu Ping had also taken away the cold white cattail hassock that the people of Wuxia School had painstakingly collected. Even the other great cultivators of Wuxia School, who were expected to advance to the pure yang level, were also seriously affected. It was no wonder that the pure yang cultivator of Wuxia School was so angry that he wanted to kill Lu Ping personally. Jiang Tianlin stood beside Lu Ping with the One Tribulation spiritual treasure, wood in his hand, and said, "It's too late to leave now. It's not that easy to escape from the pure Yang Laozu's pursuit. Why don't we give it our all?" Now was obviously not the time to hesitate. Seeing that Jiang Tianlin had made up his mind to fight against the pure Yang cultivator of Wuxia school together with him, Lu Ping did not say anything else. He stamped his feet, and the white feather lotus array bloomed under their feet. Then auspicious clouds rose around them. It was unknown when Lu Ping had taken out the cloud sail. The two of them joined forces in an instant. The huge palm in the sky had already pressed down on them, with a momentum like that of a tsunami. However, before the huge palm reached them, a powerful divine sense that was like the whistling of tens of thousands of trees had already pressed down on them. Mu Lingzi obviously wanted to end the battle quickly. Before his divine sense could reach them, he intended to use his majestic divine sense to suppress Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin first. However, this was originally just a probing attack by Mu Lingzi. He did not expect that Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin would specifically wait for this pure Yang cultivator's divine sense attack at this time. Both Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin knew that if they wanted to close the gap between their strength in front of a pure Yang cultivator, then the only way to save themselves was to make a fuss about the opponent's divine sense attack. Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin's divine sense merged into one. They were not working together to resist the opponent's pure Yang divine sense. Instead, they were going against the flow and fighting for the initiative with the opponent. Lu Ping could instantly sense the mockery in Mu Lingzi's eyes. Clearly, Mu Lingzi thought the two of them were like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. However, at this moment, Lu Ping's divine sense suddenly condensed into a Jiao dragon. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed towards Mu Lingzi's divine sense. Divine sense manifestation. Mu Lingzi, whose real body was hidden, let out a strange cry. It was obvious that he was shocked by Lu Ping's tyrannical divine sense cultivation. However, Lu Ping's methods did not stop there. Jiang Tianlin's divine sense cultivation was also not weak. Although it was not as heaven-defying as Lu Ping's, it condensed into a barrier of 10,000 trees behind Lu Ping's back. Lu Ping's path of retreat was firmly blocked by Lu Ping. The dragon formed from the divine sense roared in midair. A ball of jade-green flame that could only appear in the perception of divine sense suddenly spouted out from the dragon's mouth. In an instant, half of the void above the two's heads was ignited, forming a barrier of fire above the two's heads. A painful groan was heard. Mu Lingzi let out a strange cry. Jade phosphorus soul fire. His tone was filled with fear. He retracted his pure Yang divine sense, but the huge cloud hand was already whistling down. The exchange between the two seemed complicated, but everything happened in the blink of an eye. The moment Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin joined forces to defeat the opponent's divine sense attack, the huge palm had already descended above the two's heads. Chapter 1366. The wood spiritual treasure in Jiang Tianlin's hand suddenly expanded. A giant tree grew taller and more luxuriant, turning into a giant tree that reached the heavens. It collided with the giant cloud hand that was whistling down. Rustle! The giant tree shook violently, and countless branches and leaves fell from the giant tree. Jiang Tianlin seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, and his entire body was forced back several feet. The giant tree that was formed from the spiritual treasure creaked and slowly bent. Then, under Jiang Tianlin's slightly shocked gaze, it suddenly snapped. Jiang Tianlin only felt the blood in his chest churning, and a mouthful of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Jiang Tianlin's first tribulation spiritual treasure had been broken in one strike, but it had already bought enough time for Lu Ping. Lu Ping's sword of true spirit turned into 3 dragons that soared into the sky. Then, they combined into one and slammed into the giant palm. A huge hole appeared in the palm. An array of sunlight shone through the hole, dyeing the ground with a strange and dazzling color. "How dare you!" The wood spiritual sun let out a loud roar of shock and anger. The clouds around the giant palm that had been pierced began to churn, and it began to try to close the huge hole in the palm. But how could Lu Ping let the opportunity that Jiang Tianlin had sacrificed a spiritual treasure to exchange for him be wasted so easily. Just as the sword of true spirit cast the sky-opening sword art and pierced through the giant palm, Lu Ping raised his hands, and a water droplet glimmering in blue, green, and gold appeared in front of his chest. Then, the water vapor in the surroundings began to gather into the water droplet, and the water droplet began to expand. Lu Ping pushed his palms forward, and the three-colored water drop flew towards the cloud palm that had been pierced by Lu Ping. Without waiting for the surrounding clouds to close the hole, the three-colored water drop had already rushed into it. The surrounding clouds began to converge towards this water droplet. The clouds that were originally condensed into a palm seemed to have broken away from Mu Lingzi's control in an instant. The giant hand became increasingly thin, and the tricolored water droplet even began to condense into a huge whirlpool in mid-air. Not only did the palm that was condensed into a cloud hand disintegrate, even the clouds in the sky within a radius of several miles were drawn in by the whirlpool formed by this water droplet, forming a huge astronomical phenomenon. The pure yang cultivator's attack was actually neutralized by Lu Ping's water droplet. Not only that, the huge phenomenon formed by the water droplet clearly contained a counterattack. A spot of brilliance seemed to have been lit up from a very far place, but as it became more and more dazzling, it had unknowingly appeared at a place not far from Lu Ping and the others. With a step forward, the dazzling brilliance seemed to have become the background for the appearance of the pure Yang Laozu. Would Spiritual Sun seemed to be quite surprised that Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin were actually able to take on his all-out attack together. His gaze shifted between the two, and he said coldly, "No wonder you could defeat the pure young candidate of our sex earth element lineage. You really do have some skills." "Hehe, what has made Muga so angry? Can you tell this old man?" A voice suddenly rang out from behind Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin, causing their faces to brighten up. However, with Spiritual Sun's face darkened, and he said, "Old man Lin Yu, could it be that you want to interfere in the affairs of my Wuxing school?" Lin Yu Laozu leisurely flashed behind Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin, and stood together with the two of them. With a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, he said, "Interfere? If I remember correctly, there should be enmity between you and me. Isn't it only right and proper for me to intervene?" Two more lights flashed in the sky, and it was the two great cultivators of Wuxing school who had rushed over. One of them was the guardian Laozu that Lu Ping had seen in the Taoist altar world. Lin Yu Laozu glanced at the two great cultivators of Wuxing school who had rushed over, and he said with a smile, "Fellow cultivator Mu, with the current strength of your sect, I'm afraid that you won't be able to stop us. If so, we will take our leave." What Spiritual Sun did not say a word. Lin Yu gave Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin a look, and the two of them began to slowly retreat with Lin Yu Laozu until their figures were hidden in the clouds. "Martial uncle, why didn't you chase after them?" This Xinling's Lu Tianping directly made senior brother Gu lose the hope of advancing to the pure yang stage. This time, 4 of the white marble futons that our sect obtained in the Taoist altar world were also with senior brother Gu, but their storage celestial devices were snatched by Xinling, the other great cultivator of Wuxing school, who had come with guardian Laozu, was very puzzled that with Spiritual Sun had let Xinling go. Guardian Laozu, on the other hand, was silent at the side. With the current strength of Wuxing school, even if they attacked with all their strength, they would not be able to take down Xinling, who had the support of a pure yang stage cultivator. Thinking of Lu Tianping's heaven-defying strength, if with Spiritual Sun was entangled by Lin Yu Laozu, Xinling could easily turn around and attack. "Shut up!" With Spiritual Sun angrily glared at the great cultivator of Wuxing school, then looked at Guardian Laozu and said, "Guardian Hung, how many white marble futons do you still have?" Guardian Laozu's heart was burning with passion, but he did not show it on his face. He said in a deep voice, "I still have 2 more white marble futons, but Marshal Ni Shui should have also obtained one in the Taoist altar world." With Spiritual Sun nodded and said, "When you go back, you should make more preparations. This time, the treasured cauldron will have to consume a lot of energy." Lu Ping, and the other two quickly caught up with Lu Tianyuan and the others who had left first. The brothers Qin Yu and Qin Gang had already rushed over and met up with Lu Tianyuan and the others. Jiang Tianlin bowed to Lin Yu and said, "This time, we still have to thank Senior for your help." Lin Yu Laozu smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just that no matter what, the old man did not expect that the two of you could actually resist with Spiritual Sun's attack together. Although with Spiritual Sun used the space divine ability and did not personally come, he still used his full strength that time. Amazing." Lu Ping did not want to talk more about this. Instead, he asked, "Senior, are you going to travel to the overseas cultivation world this time?" Lin Yu Laozu looked at Lu Ping and said with a smile, "The old man is an independent cultivator and has no fixed residence. It's good for him to travel to the overseas cultivation world. The Qin brothers intend to establish a foundation in the overseas region and reorganize the Luo Xian sect's inheritance. The old man also intends to hand over his inheritance to them. When the time comes, I might have to ask for your help, Junling and the others." Lu Ping and Jiang Tianlin looked at each other. Jiang Tianlin smiled and said, "That's what we should do. If the Qin brothers have any difficulties, just say the word. Junling will do his best." After thinking for a while, Jiang Tianlin asked, "However, I wonder if the Qin brothers have a preliminary idea of where to build the foundation of this sect." Ancestor Lin Yu looked at the delighted Qin Yu and Qin Gang and sighed in his heart. However, he still put on a smile and said, "Of course, we are not as familiar with the overseas practice world as your esteemed sect. Do you have any good suggestions?" Jiang Tianlin looked at Lu Ping and said, "Originally, I thought it would be better for Senior and the Qin clan brothers to visit the outer seas. But in my opinion, the fallen mystic realm and the eastern sea's northern sea are not bad places to visit." Jiang Tianlin paused. Seeing that Lin Yu Laozu was still listening with a smile, he continued, "Many overseas sects have established bases in the fallen secret land. However, the fallen secret land has always been chaotic with humans and demons mixed in. If you can find a place to build a foundation and look after them, the Luo Xian sect's inheritance will not be cut off. Moreover, there are many factions in the fallen secret land. The Qin brothers will not attract too much attention. They can take the opportunity to rest and build up their strength. Moreover, our sect also has some business in the fallen secret land, so we can look after each other." Lin Yu Laozu nodded and said, "The old man has heard of the fallen secret land. The situation there is chaotic, so it's a good place to hide. However, if the Luo Xian sect wants to expand in the future, it will be a little closed off." The Qin brothers were not very willing to establish a sect in the fallen secret land. Hearing that Lin Yu Laozu had the same idea, they were happy. However, Jiang Tianlin said, "If that's the case, the North Sea of the East Sea of the cultivation world is not a bad place. Ever since the North Alliance of the East Sea's cultivation world collapsed, the northern region of the sea has fallen into a period of emptiness. Although the Carefree sect, the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect, and the Water Crystal Palace are fighting with all their might, the three sects are keeping each other in check. The Qin brothers can make use of this opportunity to establish a foundation in the East Sea before planning to expand in the future." Lin Yu Laozu listened carefully to Jiang Tianlin's introduction and nodded repeatedly. However, in the end he still said, "Let's go overseas first. We have to see for ourselves which place is suitable." The group traveled east and returned to the East Sea through the long-distance teleporter of the Tianyue sect. After saying goodbye to the Carefree sect, Junling followed Lin Yu Laozu and the others to tour the North Sea of the East Sea. Then, they entered the fallen secret land and returned to the North Sea through Jingzha Island. Now, Junling's image in the North Sea was different. After Jiang Tianlin had advanced to the late Dharma stage, and Lu Ping had made a name for himself in the Middle Sea, Junling was now the #1 sect in the North Sea. It was the true existence that dominated the North Sea. All it lacked was a treasure ship, a long-distance teleporter that could connect with the large sects in the Middle Sea, and recognition from the various holy lands in the Middle Sea. The arrival of Lin Yu Laozu and the others was naturally welcomed by Jinling. However, in private, the Qin brothers had many complaints. Senior, why don't we establish a foundation in the North Sea cultivation world and pass on the sect? That's right. The sects in the North Sea cultivation world are the weakest, and we are on good terms with the strongest sect, Jinling. With their help, wouldn't it be easier for us to restore the sect? Lin Yu Laozu sighed and said, how can we allow others to sleep beside us? Jinling has already established itself in the North Sea cultivation world. Would they be willing to let you establish another sect here? What's more, you have a pure Yang adept standing behind you. Looking at the looks of disbelief on their faces, Lin Yu Laozu continued, if the Luoxin sect's legacy does not end, it will ultimately depend on your own efforts. In the world of cultivation, there is no sect that can continue its legacy with the help of others. If you think that restoring the sect is too difficult, it's not too late to give up now. With the protection of the old man, with your cultivation base, it will not be difficult for you to advance to the mid-Dharma stage in the future. It is even possible for you to pass through the second Thunder trial and become late Dharma adepts. The treasure ship set sail. Chapter 1367. In the main hall of Tianling Mountain, Lu Tianling saw Lu Ping walk in and asked, did Lin Yu and Laozu leave? Lu Ping nodded and said, yes, they've left. I've been showing them around the North Sea's cultivation world for the past few days. I'm sure they've understood the sect's intentions. They'll probably stay in the fallen secret realm and wait for an opportunity to establish their sect. Jiang Tianlin sighed and said, it's extremely difficult to establish a sect. The Qin brothers' aptitude is not bad, but they are not mature enough. If it weren't for the guidance of a pure young cultivator, I'm afraid they would have been destroyed many times. Instead, they could establish a foundation. Of benevolence and serenity. Lu Ping walked to the lower seat of the hall and sat disappointed. Senior Lin Yu won't help them too Liang
much.
Tianfeng was guarding the frozen island for a while.
Secret
Whether
realm.
the Luo Exine
Observing
sect
the current
can rise
situation
in the
of the
future depends
Eastern
on
Sea
themselves.
training world.
He was
Tianshan
managing
also
the
asked.
forces that
By the
Jinling
way,
had secretly
what's up with your
expanded
disciple
after the
Leilaolu?
collapse of the Northern
Isn't he from the
Alliance.
Luo Xan
Although
sect?
Xianglo Laozi
I heard
was
he
a
wants to
senior
join
of the
our
same
sect.
generation as
Jiang
Tian Xiang
Tianlin
and Tian
smiled.
Shui.
It's
He
true
was
that
like
he's
Lei
from the
Laolu
Luo Xan
when it came
sect,
to matters
but
related
most
to
of his
Jinling's
training
grand
came
plan.
from other fortuitous
The two of them
encounters.
naturally did
He
not
doesn't
have the
have
right
much
to
to do with the
participate.
Luo Xan
In the
sect.
few months after
I've
returning
already
to
taken him
Jinling
in as a disciple,
Lu Tianyuan
and he's gone
and
through
Lei
his
Di
first
had both
lightning
successfully
tribulation.
passed their first
He's
thunder
currently in
calamity
seclusion
and
to
advanced
stabilize
to the
his
middle
training.
Dharma stage.
He'll come out in
However,
about half
at
a
this
year.
time,
By
both
then,
of them were
our
in
sect will
seclusion
have
to
another
consolidate
mid-Dharma
their
cultivator.
cultivation.
Although Lu
Tianyuan
Tianyuan had the right
it's not
to
a problem for
participate,
him to join
he
our
did not
sect,
have the time to
but his
participate
future
in this
disciples must
gathering.
be chosen
Seeing
from the
that
Jinling
almost
side
everyone
hall.
had arrived,
Just
Lu
like
Tianlin
Senior
said,
Xiang Lu.
now that our
Jiang
sect has
Tianlin
two great
smiled.
cultivators,
That's right.
we have the
Celestial
qualifications
Laozu,
to become
who
a
was
large
sitting at the
sect.
head of the hall,
The two
suddenly
large sects
said,
of the Central
no
Plains,
matter what,
this
Tian
good karma
sect
must
be
be
maintained.
maintained.
Sect.
The pure
Are
young
willing to
cultivator
guarantee
may
for
be
our
on our
sect
side
as the destination
You can send a
for
message
building
to
the
Jingzha
long-distance
Island
teleportation
and ask
portal.
Tianfeng to
The
fully
treasured
support
ship
the
has
Luo
also
Xan
basically
sect.
been repaired.
Lu Tianling
Today,
smiled.
I have gathered
Of course,
everyone here
in
to
the main
ask for
hall,
everyone's
the sect
opinion.
leader,
Lu
is it time
Tianling
for our sect's
sat in the
treasured
middle.
ship to set
The
sail?
two great practitioners,
Lu Ping was surprised.
Tianxiang Laozu and
Now,
Jiang Tianlin,
Lu Tianling
sat side by
smiled.
side with Lu
Of course
Tianling.
not.
The
Below them
treasured
were
ship's
Jinling's
departure
group of
involves a
mid-Dharma
lot of
adepts.
things.
The selection of
Tianqing,
cultivators,
Tianshan,
the allocation
Chu
of various
Tiancheng,
resources,
Lu Tianping and
all
Yin
kinds of
Tianchu.
adaptive training
After
before
Tian
setting
Fan
sail,
Laozu's death,
coordination,
Tian Shui
and
Laozu
also once
became
the
more and
treasured
more
ship
depressed.
sets sail.
After
It will
returning
take
to
at
the
least a
northern
third
sea,
of our sect's
he
strength.
went to the Frost
The sect
Island
will
to guard the
definitely be
spirit
in an
stone mine.
extremely weak
At the
period.
same time,
At this time,
he studied the
we
seven
must
colored
consider the
restriction breaking
countermeasures that our
talisman
sect should
technique
take.
by himself.
The reactions
After
of the northern
Lu Ping
sea
returned
sects,
to the North Sea,
the attention
he
from
made
the
a trip
Eastern
to
Sea
Frost
and the
Island
Central Plains,
and gave her the
etc.
incantations
Once all
he had
these
obtained
things are
from the
prepared,
world of the
the
Tao
treasured
altar
ship will
that
only be able
explained
to
how to
set
break
sail
through
after at
talismans.
least half a year.
However, at that
Lu
time,
Ping nodded
Tian Shui
and did not
Laozu's
speak
hair was
anymore.
already snow white.
These past few
and
decades,
her face was haggard.
he had not been
She
in
was
the
no
northern
longer
sea.
as forceful
After
and bold
returning
as
to the
before.
northern sea for a few months, he had been by Lin Yu Laozu's side, so he was not too familiar with the current situation of the sect. Therefore, most of the time, he would listen to the other Laozu's discussions. Yin Tianchu was the same as Lu Ping. When it came to the status of the sect, Yin Tianchu was below Lu Ping. Both of them were the only third-generation cultivators in the main hall. Since Lu Ping did not speak, Yin Tianchu only brought his ears. Mei Tianqin obviously advocated for the treasured ship to set sail as soon as possible. Since everything is ready, it is naturally better to set sail as soon as possible. Now that we have experienced the battle of the 9 mystical tower, all the sects have suffered a lot along the way, and the current situation in the Central Plains and the Eastern Sea is also extremely advantageous to us. It is better to be cautious, although the current situation is advantageous to us. Ever since Brother Jiang advanced to the late Dharma stage, the various small movements of the Northern Sea sects have suddenly stopped. I feel a little uneasy, so it is better to figure out what they are doing. Tianshan had always been prudent, and this time, the treasured ship setting sail to become a large sect could be said to be the first time Jinling had done this since the founding of the sect. To put it bluntly, Tianshan himself was not confident. Chu Tianqing said without thinking, "What is strange about this? Brother Jiang advanced to a great cultivator, so everyone is afraid." Everyone did not comment on Chu Tianqing's words. Only he would think so simply. Mei Tianqing continued. According to the news, Wuxia School and the 9 Mystical Tower have suffered heavy losses after the Battle of Luo Xan Mountain and the siege of Mara's army. The 9 Mystical Tower has even sealed itself for 100 years and has no time to care about other things. The Purple Sun Palace has lost a pure yang in the Battle of the 9 Mystical Tower. Now that the demons of the Western Wilderness have joined forces to attack the city, the Purple Sun Palace can no longer focus on the Central Plains cultivation world. The Lingyun Valley is being held back by the demons of the Endless Mountain. The Skyward Pavilion is also in conflict with the 4 sects of the Southern Sea. The Crystal Palace of the Eastern Sea is also being held back by Skyrend and the Green Sea Snakes. The 6 Holy Lands have no time to care about other things, and the Heavenly Xian sect is still being threatened by Mara and Lin Hai. When has the Heavenly Moon sect been in a good situation all these years? At this time, We are supporting the two sects with the treasure ship. It can be said that we are sending charcoal in snowy weather. It will also be of great help to our sect's status in the cultivation world. With the support of these sects, it will also be of great benefit to our sect in the future, in the overseas cultivation world. At this time, Celestial Phenomenon Laozu suddenly interrupted and said, Junior brother Tianjiang's lifespan is coming to an end. Everyone was silent. Tianjiang Laozu had been racking his brains over the years to repair the treasure ship, and his lifespan had long come to an end. His lifelong hope was to see the treasure ship set sail with his own eyes, and Jinling's sect become a large sect. Otherwise, he would not have taken the supreme-grade longevity pills refined by Lu Ping to extend his lifespan. But even so, after the treasure ship was completely repaired, Tianjiang Laozu, who had always been supported by his faith, had also reached the end of his life. At this time, being able to let Tianjiang Laozu see the treasure ship set sail was at least a spiritual comfort for the old man. Everyone looked at Jiang Tianlin. After Celestial Phenomenon Laozu spoke, his opinion was the most important in the main hall. Unexpectedly, Jiang Tianlin shrugged his shoulders and pouted at Lu Ping. He said, Kid, what do you think? Chu Tianqing laughed on the spot. Although the others were not surprised that Jiang Tianlin had always stayed out of things, at this time, they could not help but laugh. A serious discussion that concerned the future of the sect was instantly dispelled by his words. Being called out, Lu Ping naturally did not have the right to push things around like Jiang Tianlin. Holding back the laughter in his heart, Lu Ping organized his words and said, After the Taoist altar world closes, the third-generation disciples will gradually advance to the late Dharma stage. Everyone was stunned. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu asked, How much longer do you need? Lu Ping said without thinking, Anytime, it's just that I don't want too many people to know. Lu Tianling said in a low voice, You're saying that someone wants to harm our sect? Just in case. Lu Ping thought for a while and said, Just like what Uncle Tianshan said, our sect becoming a large sect is a disaster for the sects in the North Sea. They will definitely not be indifferent. In fact, the sects in the North Sea are not a concern for our sect now. The real danger is outside the North Sea. Jiang Tianlin also asked, Then when do you think the treasure ship will set sail? Lu Ping said, I need about 1 or 2 years to consolidate my cultivation. Celestial Phenomenon Laozu made the final decision and said, I'll give you 3 years. After 3 years, the treasure ship will set sail. What does the sect leader think? Lu Tianling thought for a while and said, Okay, but who will be in charge of the treasure ship this time? Will Lu Tianping leave with the treasure ship? Celestial Phenomenon Laozu said, The old man is old, it's hard to leave his homeland. Just leave this matter to Tianlin. Lu Tianling looked at Lu Ping again, and Lu Ping said, I'll stay in the North Sea. With Uncle Master in charge of the treasure ship, even a pure young cultivator will not be able to do anything. Mei Tianqin frowned and said, You're saying that the danger might be coming for the North Sea? Lu Ping said, The treasure ship is not the foundation of the sect. If someone wants to attack the sect, they will definitely not give the sect a chance to breathe. Not to mention that the treasure ship has no fixed location on the sea. Not to mention that it is extremely difficult to determine its exact location. Its power is also much stronger than the Northern Alliance's treasure ship that sailed into the river and became a live target. Lu Tianling nodded and said, Then tell me who else will be going with the treasure ship to the Central Plains this time. At the same time, how to select the core forging disciples to control the treasure ship needs to be planned in the long term. After all, there might be 2 or 3 third-generation disciples entering the aspect stage in 3 years. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.